Social Security and what's Medicare and why, I think that's when a lot of people become Republicans is when they get that first paycheck and say, oh, my gosh, why is the federal government taking so much of my paycheck?
On Friday, the Supreme Court blocked President Trump's effort to use the Alien Enemies Act to fast-track the deportation process of illegal immigrants to places like Venezuela. Does the Supreme Court's decision undermine executive authority in immigration enforcement?
Well, it sure looks like it to me, and I'm a country doctor. I'm not a lawyer, but the good news here is that President Trump has secured our border. We went from 10,000 people crossing the border a day now to 200. He's removed 140,000 illegal criminal, violent aliens. But the bad news is there's hundreds of thousands left. This is going to make it certainly more expensive to go through this process. It's slowing the president down. At a minimum, I wish the Supreme Court would slap the federal courts down. These federal courts, when it's basically a state or a district type of decision that impacts the entire country, that really upsets a lot of us as well. So the Supreme Court, I think, could knock the federal court back a couple notches. And again, the Supreme Court is getting in the road of the way of the people. But for centuries, even when they wrote the Constitution, they fought about this balance of powers. It's supposed to be a checks and balances, and I think the Supreme Court's gotten a little big in the britches here. Or the judicial system's got a little bit big in the britches, and we'll see what happens here.
My bet is when you're back home in the great state of Kansas or in an airport, there are a lot of folks probably asking you about what's the latest on the trade deals with other nations. How confident are you in the Trump administration's ability to cut fair trade deals to really help American workers and American businesses compete on the international stage?
I couldn't be more optimistic right now in so many ways. Remember, President Trump's goals with these tariffs are to negotiate better trade agreements and to bring those jobs back home. On the bringing back jobs back home stage, I'm already seeing it across the state of Kansas. Our manufacturing companies, and these are people that employ 200, 400, 600 people that use aluminum, American-made aluminum, American-made steel. They can't keep up with the orders. We need more people for the jobs, which is another reason I need that overtime bill, is so that those people be more motivated to work longer as well. But remember, President Trump, 45, did the same tactic. He gave us USMCA, South Korea, Japan, and China phase one, and we're still enjoying the benefits of those. I think of Kansas as agriculture goes, so goes Kansas. And the bright shining star in Kansas right now is the cattle industry as well as the dairy industry. And it's because of those previous trade agreements I described from President Trump that those industries are doing so good. And I think that this UK agreement, it's only like an eighth or ninth biggest market, but it's a template. It's a template for what the EU should use and other countries that use non-tariff barriers. That's the big issue to me. It's not just the tariff amount. China, all these other countries use the non-tariff barrier. We haven't sold a cheeseburger in Europe, China, Russia in decades. So I'm very confident.
You recently reintroduced the Justice for Angel Families Act. Talk about that, and what specific gaps in the current Crime Victims Fund does this legislation aim to address?
Yeah, so the purpose of this bill is that if you lose a loved one from a criminal alien, is that your family would be eligible for those funds, and those funds are used to help to pay for a funeral. There's typically some health care bills, those types of things. And for whatever reason, the fund that's established now does not go into effect if the murder is by an illegal alien. Don't ask me why, but that's the way it's set up. It's a tragedy when anybody dies an unnatural death. But it's just an extra kick in the gut, it feels like, when your loved one is murdered, and when they're murdered by an illegal alien, all the worst. And as a U.S. Senator, I feel responsible. I let you down, that I signed up to protect your security. First and foremost, I wake up in the day and say, how can I help keep people in Kansas, people across America safe? So if there's an illegal alien in this country that murdered somebody, then I didn't do my job, and therefore I have an obligation to help them. Just like you would help a soldier who's fighting in a war and loses their life, we have an obligation to help that family as well.
Doc Marshall, Senator Roger Marshall of the great state of Kansas, grateful for your time today, sir. Have a wonderful week and safe travels.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Let's make America great again.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to preparing for a crisis, it doesn't matter if you're a year early, a month early, or a day early, but you can't be a day late. That's why millions of Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest preparedness company. Right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food supply, plus an incredible bonus, 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's an extra 12 days worth of food, absolutely free. This kit provides hearty, delicious meals for 4 weeks with 2,000 plus calories per day, 12 essential vitamins and minerals, and a shelf life of up to 25 years. And for a limited time, they're including 12 additional days of food absolutely free, which means right now is the best time to get prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 4-week food kit, plus an extra 12 days of free food. Offer ends soon. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
The IBM X-Force 2025 Threat Intelligence Index report tracks new and existing trends and attack patterns. InfoSealers have made identity attacks cheap, scalable, and highly profitable for threat actors. The top 5 InfoSealers alone had more than 8 million advertisements on the dark web, and each listing can contain hundreds of credentials. IBM X-Force observed an 84% increase in emails delivering InfoSealers in 2024 compared to the prior year. Nearly half of all cyber attacks resulted in stolen data or credentials. Please visit ibm.com/security. Sponsored by IBM.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment, it's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
From the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, May 19th. This is the Fox News Rundown. The House Budget Committee meeting at a rare Sunday session, advancing President Trump's so-called big, beautiful budget bill out of committee for an expected full House vote this week. President Trump expected to hold a phone call today with Russian President Vladimir Putin discussing an end to the war in Ukraine. The president admits, though, that no deal is likely until the two sit down for a face-to-face talk. And the NJ transit strike affecting 350,000 commuters comes to an end, but service is not expected to resume until Tuesday. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
From Fox Business.
I'm Jerry Willis, and this is the Fox Business Report. Wall Street kicks off a new trading week after the major averages notched weekly gains, and the Dow entered positive territory for the year, even as a preliminary reading of consumer sentiment fell to its second lowest level on record in May, as the potential impact of tariffs weighs heavily on American households. Last week, stocks making a strong comeback after U.S. and Chinese officials agreed to a 90-day tariff truce. Many investors are now wondering whether it's time to get back into the market. Kenny Polcari of Slate Stone Wealth says,
do I think it's going to pull back a little bit after the swift rally we've had? Sure, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't get in. So if you haven't gotten in, start to get in.
Walmart warned last week that tariffs are going to force the world's biggest retailer to raise some of its everyday low prices. Other retailers, including Home Depot, Target, and Lowe's, are slated to deliver earnings this week and will provide clues on their pricing plans. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Meltdowns and mood swings might sound like toddlers and teenagers, but times have changed. And what are often called the forgotten years in between middle childhood are changing too, in part because puberty, which begins in the brain, not the body, is happening earlier, as young as 8 for girls and age 9 for boys. Plus, kids today are facing a daunting list of stressors, including social media and post-pandemic challenges. All of this helping to fuel a youth mental health crisis. Dr. Cheryl Ziegler is calling for a paradigm shift by parents to help guide children through the middle years to a better start as teenagers.
So the crucial years is a developmental stage where the kids are 6 to 12, and it's sandwiched right in between the toddlers and the teens.
Dr. Ziegler is a clinical psychologist, family therapist, mother of 3, and author of the new book, The Crucial Years, The Essential Guide to Mental Health and Modern Puberty in Middle Childhood, ages 6 to 12.
During these years, this is where kids get their self-esteem. So Eric Erickson called this stage, he called it industry versus inferiority. And we don't really use those words anymore, but basically today's words would be you either come out of this industrious, like I know what I'm good at and I'm competent at it and I have confidence around it, or inferior, which today's word would be I have low self-esteem, I don't really think I'm good at anything, and I hear that a lot with kids. So that's what this stage is, and these years are crucial for setting up healthier teen years. You have to complete this, have your sense of competency, so when you go into the teen years, those are your identity years. You know who you are, and you're looking around for the people who are your people. If you don't know who you are, or you don't think you're that good at things, you're gonna find people who also aren't really sure about their identity and not sure what they're good at either. So this is a really important time to also set up for a positive adolescence.
And when you frame it in those terms, it's like wow, haven't we paid more attention? Why haven't we paid more attention to this before? There's so much focus on the preschool years and then later on the teenage years. These are years, these ages 6 to 12, when a lot of attention turns to academics. Has emotional growth been overlooked then for these years, and thereby making the teenage years that much harder?
I think you really nailed it. I mean, historically, there's a history to this, right? But if we look at, even if you look at right before Freud, when kids turned 6 years old, generally what happened, their role would be to start contributing to the household. That's really what they would do. And then the next big thing that would happen would be maybe the rite of passage once they were clearly becoming a young man or woman. And in between there, they were working. Then we kind of moved along. Then Freud came along and said, I think there's a thing called child development, right? It was the first person to say there seems to be stages here. He called this stage latency. So the thought was that during this stage, I think he called it 7 to 12, it's just everything's quiet, sexual repressions and, all of that he would talk about are quiet and dormant. However, maybe that was true in the early 1900s. But now with earlier puberty, you have an overlap of what maybe historically kind of were more quiet years. You have an overlap of earlier puberty and this incredible stress and pressure on kids to achieve academically. And now all of a sudden we're having adolescent and teenage type of issues happening during this stage.
Is the way we handle these middle childhood years, how much is that feeding into the rise in anxiety and depression?
Well, it's really interesting because I'm not sure that we're handling it really that great. I write in the book about how even according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, not all pediatricians are even talking about these things with their own patients, or do they feel fully prepared to even talk about it? That's one piece. Secondly, we have an educational system that's really focused on academics. And now post-pandemic, we've got such huge gaps in academics, but we have just as big a gaps in social emotional development. But it's like, how much burden can we put on a school? Like, they can't do it all, right? So we went from a youth mental health crisis to a state of emergency. And every time the headline was about these teens. And I just kept saying, but I run a practice and I do all the referrals. They're 8 and 9-year-olds. That's who we're getting the calls on. Of course, we have teens, but especially during the pandemic and even still now, it is the younger kids that people are calling. And it's usually just dysregulation. Kids that can't manage their emotions, really big mood swings, screaming, yelling, or some people saying, they're kind of tantruming like a toddler.
Part of the book's focus is on emotional regulation, not just the kids, but the parent, regulating their own emotions, staying calm so that they can help the child manage how they're feeling. And that's also part of a bigger picture. How much does it help when you as a parent model this kind of behavior, or any behavior for that matter?
Right, any behavior. Well, let me start off by saying that we know that this is the most stressed out generation of parents ever recorded. So, something like 40-something% of parents say that on any given day, the stress is so high they don't feel like they can handle it. So we have a highly dysregulated generation of parents raising a very stressed out, very emotionally and socially delayed generation of kids. So this is a combination that, and you're right, I wrote 2 chapters on this, that we can't just skip right over the parents and say, oh, let's just talk about kids. We have a saying in our field that says a dysregulated parent or adult cannot regulate a dysregulated child. You can't do that, right? That's the example of that is if you're my child and you're screaming and yelling and I walk in the room and I start screaming and yelling, like, calm down. You look at it and you're like, yeah, I can see how that's like a recipe for a disaster. But I spent the first chapter on this part just on parents' own regulation and truly being able to breathe, managing their own stress. And you talked about modeling, where I think we as parents are modeling a lot of screen time, a lot of distracted parenting, a lot of I'm half listening, but I'm looking at my phone. And so we're both modeling it, but we're also not able to be present and attuned. Like when you look at the core, that 0 to 5, that's what parents are usually really focused on. Like you have to attune to your kid. You have to focus on them. But if you're distracted and they're older and they don't need you in the same way, I think this is why these are one of the reasons these are the forgotten years. It's like, well, they're kind of old enough. They could even go in the kitchen and grab themselves something to eat. You don't need that same level of supervision. So sometimes that gives parents kind of an exit to just kind of kick back a little bit. But hopefully they'll understand that it's not about quantity. Like, you don't need the same kind of quantity and physical labor you did when they were 0 to 5, but you need the quality, the dosing is what I call it.
When you write about the pressure kids can be under for grades, for athletics, to stand out in the race to college, it struck me that it seems like you're saying the goal is to build a better foundation in these earlier years to be able to better navigate the challenges that come along as kids get older.
It feels like a baby's born, and we're worried about college and what they're going to do and what's their special skill and all this specialization. And so one of the things when we're talking about the race to there is just really thinking about, well, what do you need to be a successful, young adult, let's say, or college student? And we're actually skipping over the stuff that we know works. Like, for a kid who's just developing along, they need play, they need time to be creative, and they actually literally need time to be bored. Right? And boredom, when I hear kids say, oh, I'm bored, my own kids have said that at times, or they'll say, my kids usually say, like, I don't know what to do, right? It's not my job to fill in that time. It's their job to get their creativity going and say, what do I do? And so there's a very human component to what our kids need, and we can't rob them of their childhood by literally either treating them older because they look older, but they're still young, or robbing them of the opportunity to play because we're so worried about specialization.
What impact is social media or screen time in general having on these kids before adolescence? And I ask that bearing in mind that it can be tough to set and enforce digital boundaries. But, when should that start, and how can that exposure be managed more effectively?
So one of the things I'll say is that if we look at even the guidelines, right, the American Academy of Pediatrics says kids under the age of 2 should not really be on screens. But if any of us pays attention, you do have 18-month-olds and 2-year-olds in a grocery cart staring at a screen, on an airplane staring at a screen, all these different places. And I understand, it's a way to occupy them. However, it's probably not just a few minutes. And so what's happening is by the time they're in these crucial years, this 6 to 12, they've already been spending a lot of time on. What that's doing really is we're seeing higher rates of ADHD. We're seeing that their attention is compromised. We're seeing learning compromised. We're seeing poor social skills, because it's really rewiring. It really is rewiring their brains. It's rewiring the way they socialize. And then the regulation piece, there's no coincidence that we have more levels of dysregulation, because you have to be attuned to yourself and your environment to go, oh, I haven't eaten. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm tired. And then when you're a kid, in that loss of track of time, you probably didn't take care of your own needs the way you would have had you been like building with Legos.
How can parents tell if a child is on the right track with steps toward things like independence and friendship skills in these 6 to 12 years? And what are the red flags that they might be struggling emotionally?
Yeah, so I think, simply put, I think the picture of, a mentally healthy, pretty well-adjusted 6 to 12-year-old, and definitely there's a lot of growth from 6 to 12, but there's a couple things. They have positive self-esteem. And what that looks like, you don't have to say, I love every single solitary thing about myself. A positive self-esteem is like, hey, here's what I'm really good at. Here's the risks that I'm willing to take. They're not avoiding things because they don't know how to do them, but they're trying new things. So I think you can say, in terms of self-esteem, their self-esteem is pretty healthy. They're good. They're taking risks is a part of childhood. So they're taking risks. They're trying new things out. Great. But they have a sense of moral development, and you see it progressing along. They also have a sense of responsibility and adding things to the home. Like, they have a sense of that they belong to a community and that they have a role in that community. Their role is not to just sit around and be served, right? And so that's also a piece. So when we look at social, that piece is friends They've got friends. It doesn't have to be a ton. Every kid's different. Some kids love a big friend group. Some kids, 2-3 kids, that's great. But they have social connection. All of a sudden, these sound like old school pieces of advice. And I'm like, it's not old school, though. It's actually just healthy child development. And the way in which we've gone with technology and high structured activities and all those kinds of things, they're actually just not in line with what is optimal for just human beings to grow and thrive.
The book is The Crucial Years, The Essential Guide to Mental Health and Modern Puberty in Middle Childhood, ages 6 to 12. Dr. Cheryl Ziegler, thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thanks for having me.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Fox Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. President Trump's so-called big, beautiful budget bill advancing out of the House Budget Committee Sunday night. The vote 17-16, with 4 Republicans voting present. Former President Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer that metastasized to his bones. Fox's Madeline Rivera.
The president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. Now, of course, Biden, being the former president, will be afforded some of the best care in the country, but he is 82 years old, so there are understandably concerns about how his treatment may go.
President Trump hoping separate phone calls today with Russian leader Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky will make progress toward a ceasefire in the 3-year-long war in Ukraine. More severe storms expected to hit the central U.S. this week after 26 people were killed in Kentucky and Missouri. America's listening to Fox News.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at phillies.com/theme nights. You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, C. Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Monday, May 19th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Monday. That means Harry Mays will join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. A week away from Memorial Day. The unofficial start to summer. Gregory, how are you?
11 pages. 11 pages. That's how many pages of cuts I have for today. 11 pages.
I think the number is in the 40s or thereabout.
Right, yeah, we're hovering right here at 39. So it's going to be a we should start the cut sheet about 6:50.
Fine by me.
Just warning you.
Fine by me.
All right.
A lot of good juicy stuff to get to as we work our way toward a holiday weekend. Joe Biden, the big story of the day.
On Action News.
From the cancer front, from the releasing of the Robert Hur tapes front. That was Friday. The cancer diagnosis publicly revealed to the masses yesterday. SCOTUS, Trump 7-2 ruling against being able to use the Alien Enemies Act for deportation. Bongino, Cash, Bartiromo, Caitlin Clark, all sorts of good stuff today. I don't know how we will top today's show with big stories for the rest of the week. But then again, I've been proven wrong before. And also a great prize today. We are giving away tickets for your chance to pick a ticket.
What?
For summer concerts.
What?
That's correct.
Wait, hang on. Say that again.
Let me make sure I get this verbiage correct.
We are giving away tickets for your chance to pick a ticket?
That is correct.
Okay, pick a ticket.
Live Nation, pick a ticket prize.
Yeah.
To celebrate the summer, where today, if you can identify the morning mystery movie clip.
9:50 this morning.
That's correct. You will have your choice of tickets to Thomas Rhett.
Yep.
Maybe you're a country fan like I am. Yep. July 11th. Styx. S-T-Y-X, that is.
Styx.
August 8th.
Yeah.
And the Doobie Brothers.
Doobs.
August 13th.
All right.
Bill Almquist not eligible for prize 3.
Oh, wow.
Although he might have a Doobie Brothers reference later today at 9:50 when we do What Occurred Today in Music History. Where do we begin? Well, you know what? Let's start with the news because there is a lot of it, and then we have some juicy content to get into today. Round number 1 of the news at 6:02, the great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this morning, 60 degrees. The sun is up. Enjoy the sunshine and the beautiful weather today because it's going to take a hard turn for the worse weather-wise. So we've got that going on. Let's take you through what is going on in Philadelphia. We do have a falling tree that crushed and killed a woman as she drove through the main line. Police saying that a large tree fell on 2 different cars in Wynwood. This is Montgomery County. Drivers traveling along Lancaster Avenue right near Stanford Drive. And this was on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, right before the 2 o'clock hour. Police say a 59-year-old woman was killed. 64-year-old woman is hospitalized this morning. First responders working as quickly as they could to extricate the 2 women from their vehicles, and they were taken to nearby Lankenau Hospital. And so if you were in and around that area of the main line, you know that Lancaster Ave was shut down for most of the afternoon and into the evening hours, 5-6 hours, because this is now a death investigation. So it's being led by Lower Merion Township Police Department's Traffic Safety Unit. So we don't know what is up. We did have some, obviously, storms that had moved through.
Oh, that wind yesterday was horrendous.
It was very windy.
It was really windy, yeah.
We're a city with huge old trees, but just this freak accident that these women they were not parked or anything of that nature. They were just driving through.
We've had these a decent amount of fairly frequently, right?
Is it you, Dawn, who always says that you drive when it's windy with your windows open? So you
I
can
do.
Hear, so you can
so
hear
that you can hear. I'm not even kidding. You just crack your window. This is how paranoid I am.
You are. Trees are pedophiles. What scares you more, Dawn?
But seriously, if you have, let's say you have the, you're listening to us or you're listening to something too loudly in your vehicle with big, nice speakers, you're not going to have any kind of a warning of that cracking branch above.
Well,
I mean, you only have seconds, obviously, anyway. But
I do notice a lot of the trees on the Schuylkill as I'm, sitting there each morning at 10:15, pondering why I just don't work remotely for the rest of my life. You're right. We do have a lot of. It's not even just older trees. We have a lot of trees that are just not maintained well. Right? If you ever just take a glimpse when you're on the Schuylkill between City Line Avenue and Conshohocken.
You know what's funny about you, Kayal, though? When they decide to do tree work on the Schuylkill, you're going to be cursing because guess what time they're going to do it?
Yeah, they'll do it at 10:15.
When everybody else is at work.
Right, of course.
Be careful what you wish for.
I know.
this morning we
always prune your trees. That's the answer.
Yeah.
That's the
Trim
answer.
your bushes. Clip your shrubs. Stay up on that stuff, folks.
But especially those big old trees.
Yeah. Nobody likes a bush either.
The arborist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Tree removal people are now called arborists.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. And take them down on golf courses too while you're at it. Sick of those.
We do have, in as far as Philadelphia, 2 men fighting for their lives after the stabbing in Kensington, East Allegheny Ave. Just in the wee hours of this morning, they're in the hospital in critical condition. A 36-year-old guy arrested for the stabbing, and so he's also being treated for his injuries, according to police. This whole thing remains under investigation. And we have multiple shootings. I know that we have the one shooting in the Eastwick section of Philadelphia, kind of over by the airport. So we have a teenager recovering after being shot. That one is under investigation. One big story for commuters, probably breathing a sigh of relief a little bit because we do have the New Jersey Transit strike is over. They struck a tentative deal, so that's the good news. However, officials are asking New Jersey Transit riders, all these commuters by the hundreds of thousands, please work from home today, Monday, because they have to get ready to resume services for tomorrow.
Get ready to resume.
Get ready. Got to prepare.
By the way, did you guys see what some of these New Jersey Transit employees make.
Yeah, they're nice salaries.
Like you can make up to like 172 grand for these jobs. And I saw the package that they looked like they were offering him. It didn't seem like a bad deal. It was like $50 an hour.
Yeah.
Now, I will say in their defense, they have been frozen at this salary and what they're making for 6 years.
Welcome to the radio.
Yeah, I know. Welcome to our world.
I mean, come on.
I mean, not that we are managing, vehicles that carry the lives of hundreds of thousands of people every day, but
it's a track.
We're good for your mental health.
It's a track. I mean, come on. I think my 5-year-old could do this.
No.
Right? You know what I mean? Like,
It's like being the train conductor on Christmas morning.
Yeah, keep a train on a track. It doesn't seem that difficult.
You know what? I think the salary is justified based on the clientele and the human beings you have to deal with.
Well, they were saying that they didn't want to, or they wanted to be paid in line with like what the Port Authority in New York and what the Long Island Railroad, what they made. But it was still like $50 an hour. I'm like, good God, man.
Yeah. But they're also not New York, so you're not going to get that kind of salary.
You could could actually argue that there's probably more people commuting from New Jersey and Long Island into New York than
New Yorkers taking it.
Yeah,
that's probably fair.
So it's their statement, and I know New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy sounded off on this, but they said that extra buses are available for you. If you want to take a bus, and that sounds like fun.
I heard you carry a little of Murphy Friday as I was sitting there inhaling weed on the Schuylkill in traffic that just wasn't moving. My God, was it painful for you to sit through that as the host? I'm sitting there and I'm listening to him hemming and hawing. I want to thank everybody for the late gathering. Ah, God, just get down to business, dude.
By the way, speaking of that, the commute home on Friday for me was horrendous. Yeah. That rain was terrible.
It's a nightmare.
It was terrible.
And then the weird thing was, it was within hours. The skies, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, I know. And that was beautiful. Yeah, I know.
So it was crazy. So we'll watch for the update on the official. I mean, Greg alluded to the numbers, but they haven't released the official deal for New Jersey Transit. So, but they're saying, I did not realize Tuesday is one of, if not the busiest commuter day of the week, Tuesday, which makes sense because that's when everybody has to be here at Odyssey.
That's when the sales reps have to show up.
I can tell you just from looking at data here, we get more listeners here Tuesdays and Wednesdays than any other day of the week.
Okay,
because more people are commuting, I guess.
Well, I've got buddies that work for financial companies that now go into the office only Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're remote Mondays and Fridays.
Man.
Yep.
Wow. We all need to be here, by the way. Thank you. I have spoken.
Well, a jury selection is set to begin this morning in the murder trial of the man on trial is former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial. Remember this case? So he is on trial accused of shooting and killing a man of this. They're both the same age at the time, 29. Eddie Irizarry, as Irizarry sat in his car in Kensington. Remember, this was 2 years ago, and the panel will be asked to decide whether or not the officer's actions on that day were justified or amounted to a crime. So it was the summer of 2023 in August, and we talked a lot about it.
Was he the one with the knife in the passenger seat?
Yes, and they released one set of video that there were some protests going on, remember? And then they released other video so it will probably, these jurors are going to get to see a lot of videos in court and see maybe the full perspective of what both officers were going through.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that trial beginning. Also, I should mention that today I had on the docket that the so-called Delco defecator.
Yes, the pooper.
Yeah.
There's a court appearance with her.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So we got that going on.
Hopefully they get that S taken care of quickly.
Jeez. We have just headlining for you because I know we'll get into it. President Trump's, quote, one big beautiful bill, surviving that key hurdle in the House of Representatives late last night, putting it one step closer to now a chamber-wide vote in the House.
Oh boy, we're really spiking that deficit, aren't we?
So we got that going on.
I came close to spiking a watermelon yesterday.
That sounds yummy.
Yeah. First watermelon of the year.
Ooh, that's very
delicious.
And I know that Nick is going to talk about former President Joe Biden as this cancer diagnosis with prostate cancer, aggressive, as it was reported, a ton of reaction.
Yeah, because, every time you go to your urologist when you're of that age and you do a, once a year checkup or whatever it is, they always find stage 4 cancer that have already metastasized.
Are you getting conspiratorial here about maybe Joe Biden not being honest about his health status?
No, but I'm going by a urologist that I just looked at, watched on the news, who was like, it doesn't. If you're going for a yearly exam, you don't just automatically. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen like that.
Maybe Joe just doesn't have the best doctors. He didn't have the best access to health care. I've heard the stories.
You don't just okay.
Well, the interesting thing to me, I know that maybe the story broke yesterday. Everybody's responding to it, but we had reported
that there was a
much
nodule.
earlier. Yeah, that there was a nodule that was earlier in the week.
Mm-hmm.
It was here. The checkup was here in Philadelphia. So, to Greg's point, it sounds like they had been monitoring the nodule.
Yeah,
and then so it's like by omission. They knew the nodule was there.
Yeah,
and then, for whatever reason, Sunday they decided to release information to us, the public.
As all these Robert Hur
think
tapes
about
came out.
think about the timeline. And I've got some great data we're going to get into after the big take. But I mean, you've got nodule discovery, then we have her tapes released, then we have cancer diagnosis statement, and what comes out tomorrow? Oh, the book, the Jake Tapper book. It's all purely coincidental.
It's about Jake Tapper. That's funny.
It's about all
Trying to help
of
him
this
promote
with the
his
health.
book. We have as far as our Philadelphia Phillies beating the Pirates 1-0. Big Phillies news as we begin the new series.
Swept them, baby.
Swept
wow,
them.
that's a feat.
Hey, 11-5 in the month of May.
That's good. No, it's great. It's great. But you have to beat the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they did. So it's good.
Yep.
So it was good.
Can only beat who you're scheduled to play.
Not so good for Phillies reliever Jose Alvarado, who's been suspended now for 80 games by the MLB.
What a dope.
And suspended without pay he's accused of violating Major League Baseball's drug policy, and he tested positive, according to the authorities, for exogenous testosterone, which they say is a performance-enhancing substance.
Yes. Everybody looking to one-up the competition.
Now, I know that his agent or his representatives actually said he has battled weight gain and chubbiness.
No, so have I.
He's very self-conscious, and that this was part of his treatment, that he never meant to break the rules there. It was part of his weight loss treatment.
All right. Well, Jose, I've really plateaued in my my diet goal here. So if you could maybe shoot me a text during the break and give me your secret sauce, I could use that.
Wait a second. Testosterone is used for weight loss?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It helps.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Get your adrenaline going to work out harder and burn more fat.
What? Oh, really?
Totally. And that's why I was interested to hear about that, because I want, if he genuinely is going to a doctor because all these people now are taking the cocktail of the peptides, you know what I mean? The testosterone or whatever. Testosterone evens you out, all this stuff out there that we hear advertised. So will they make the case from an expert, from a doctor who says, hey, I gave this to him. This was the weight loss stuff. This is not some dark alley where I'm pumping him full of something for baseball.
Right.
Does he win? Does he fight this and win on appeal?
Probably not. I mean, he might fight it, but he's not going to win.
Because he can't play, according to the rules, he can't play now, even when he comes back. We make the playoffs.
Yeah.
This disqualifies him.
Yeah, he's pretty much shot for the year.
Wow.
Shoot.
Yep. Could have just done what Dawn does. Don't ever eat. Never seen Dawn eat. Just drink coffee.
Just drink coffee.
And work 24/7, you'll lose weight.
And you'll feel good. And you'll have a
that's super healthy.
You'll have a happy life. You know?
By the way, Chris Abolito brings up a good point.
What?
The Yankees beat the Mets over the weekend, so now the Phillies are only half a game out of.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we begin a schedule with today 8:40 p.m.
8:40
with the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, I always love mountain time games.
Mountain.
Stupid times. 8:40. What planet does it make sense to start a game at 8:40?
They better stack up the wins against these dreadful teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Right.
Thank you.
That is your Kayal and Company News Live as we look toward the sky. Nick, I know it's going to be beautiful today, but I would say if you're doing golfing, doing anything, you might want to do it today.
Yeah, get it in early this week. 61 degrees with clear skies right now. It's going up to 75 today, Dawn. And then, as you said, get ready for some more bad weather. It's sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, coming up next, big take time on Joe Biden from the Her tapes. The audio has been released. And then we'll get into the cancer diagnosis as we continue on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about, or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
When I'm lying in my bed at night, I don't wanna grow up. Nothing ever seems to turn out right, and I don't wanna grow up. How do you move in a world with fog that's always changing things? Makes me wish that I could be a dog.
623, Kayal and Company. Happy Monday to all of you. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Ton of great stories to get to today. A lot of big stories to chop up. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet. But first, a Monday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. The Big Take, ignore and import. We'll get to Joe Biden and his cancer diagnosis shortly after the Big Take, but we begin with this because from January of 2021 until June 27th, 2024, the Biden administration had two objectives. Ignore the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, call it misinformation, accuse people of using cheap fakes, sell you a bill of goods, that this is the best Joe we've ever seen, and those rare off days that you would see, well, they were attributable to a cold or his stutter, or it was disinformation. The second objective was to import new voters, and it was the long game that they were playing. Flood the country with illegals in 4 years, knowing someday that they could turn battleground states into blue states, hoping that it would take a lifetime to deport most, if not all, of these individuals. Axios and SCOTUS illustrate today's theme of the Big Take precisely. We begin with Axios and the concept of ignoring. Release the tapes. Most of us screamed. That in reference to the Robert Hur interview with Joe Biden that was so bad, the tapes are only now finally coming out in the form of a news dump on last Friday's show. The best way to summarize the entirety of the Robert Hur and Joe Biden interview is this way. There were a ton of long, uncomfortable pauses. Biden struggled to recall when his son died, when his time as vice president under Obama ended, what year Trump defeated Hillary, and why he was in possession of classified documents. I think the more we learn over these last handful of days and weeks, you could argue that this is the biggest political cover-up in my lifetime for sure, and perhaps yours as well. Here is just one clip, and there'll be more in the cut sheet, of Joe Biden with Robert Hur, courtesy of Axios on Friday, where Joe is completely out of it. Listen and watch this.
So during this time when you were living in Chambers Road and there were documents related to the Penn Biden Center or the Biden or the cancer shot or your book, where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was, and by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. It's not a mean thing to say. I mean, he just thought that she had a better shot of winning the presidency than I did. And so I hadn't at this point, even though I'm at Penn, I hadn't walked away from the idea that I might run for office again. So if I ran again, I'd be running for president. And so what was happening though, what month did Bo die? May 30th, 2015. 2015 he died. May 2015. I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the months or anything.
Yeah.
That's right, Mr. President.
And what's happened in the meantime is that Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016.
That was painful to sit through, was it not? And yet all of us saw it, and we said, he is eroding before our very eyes. And yet all of us heard it. He was deteriorating every single day. And yet all of us were lambasted for calling a spade a spade. The Atlantic with a headline from 2023, how Robert Hur misled the country on Biden's memory. Everyone was involved in the cover-up, from Jill to the media to other Democrats to Obama to Schumer to Pelosi to Clinton, you name it, including perhaps the most detestable human being in that administration, Alejandro Mayorkas, the public face, if you will, to open borders. Here he was telling us that Joe Biden, he's on a different level. Listen and watch.
The most difficult part about a meeting with President Biden is preparing for it, because he is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused.
And even puppets like the Binder, always at a loss for words on everything, somehow, some way, managed to pull off an 88-second word salad when pressed about the Robert Hur interview last year. Listen and watch this.
Doctor, when can we talk to the president's doctor, and how come they haven't been asked to come out here and talk with us, given the Hur report that challenges the president's mental fitness?
So look, just to speak to the Hur report really, really quickly. Special Counsel Hur is, as far as I remember, is obviously a Republican, a prosecutor. He's not a medical doctor. He's just not. It's not for him to speak to. It's just not. And you've heard from over the past couple of days since the report has been out, you've heard from legal experts from across the ideological spectrum, even former Attorney General, and he says, and they have come out to say that the stuff in this report that is capturing all of your attention right now is just wrong. It's flatly wrong. It is inappropriate. It is gratuitous. And so going to leave that there, and it is obviously up for a medical doctor to decide on that. But look, I have said the medical doctor, the president's doctor, is going to do a physical. He's going to, and he has always put forth in the last 2 years a detailed memo on the president's obviously medical physical, and so I'm just going to leave it there. I don't have anything else to add. Go ahead, Jared.
The 2020 election and the subsequent 4 years will go down as the heist of the century. A man whose brain was relegated to the equivalent of a sock full of popcorn, campaigns from a basement, during a pandemic, gets elected, somehow gets 81 million votes, which is, by the way, 13 million more than Obama ever received, okay? During a pandemic, gets elected, has limited availability, limited visibility for 4 years, makes random cameos from time to time as proof of life, has wars raging across the globe, inflation at 9.1%, has allowed 15 or 20 million illegals into our country, and then slanders half of the nation as radical domestic extremists. And then, as if that wasn't a big enough con job, they try to install another president that's never earned the right to be there in the first place. Thank God Americans saw through it last November. Michael Smerconish of CNN, who manned this seat right here for many years, he saw it too, and he had a lot to say on his Saturday TV show on CNN. Listen and watch.
The public is right to question why so much reporting came after Biden's withdrawal from the race and how so many prominent Democrats could have assured us all the while that everything was just fine with the president. As today's New York Times story points out, many are seeking atonement. The failure of the media to cover President Biden's diminished capacity, that inflamed Republicans who could see it for themselves. And that, in combination with the 4 prosecutions of Donald Trump, some valid, some not, and the constant condescension with which his supporters were treated, that was the greatest get-out-the-vote effort the GOP could have asked for. Remember, according to polling data, even Democrats believed that Biden was getting too old to run again.
Well said by Smerconish. The public was right. We were right all along. How many times have we been right in the last 5 years, despite, quote, the constant condescension of Democrats and the media? But from ignoring to importing we go. SCOTUS ruling on Friday against Donald Trump for using the Alien Enemies Act for deportations. The ruling went against Trump 7-2. The only 2 justices who dissented, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito. And here's the truth. We have 10, 12, 15, 20 million illegals in this country, and the due process that the Supreme Court had decreed on Friday means that it is basically impossible to ever deport all of them from America, at least in my lifetime. This has always been the Democrat Party's goal, hoping and praying that some, if not most, and hopefully all, will be the next wave of voters for the Democrat Party. And Jonathan Turley broke it down this way. He says, quote, here's the issue. The U.S. law isn't applied strictly for their arrival, but it is applied strictly for their departure, which means the barrier to arrival is non-existent and the barrier to expulsion is massive. The result is untenable. That is perfectly worded from Jonathan Turley. Let me translate that out of legalese into layman's terms. The law with immigration, it's apparently a one-way street, and it's effed up. Ignore and import. That's been the left's goal all along, from the health of their own to the populace of this nation. Anything and everything for power. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. If you have water on your property and it's giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home, call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution experts. 856-848-4444. Kayal and Company. Let's get everybody's thoughts and reaction. 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. Dawn, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on the audio tapes that were released, and then we'll get into the cancer diagnosis and the timing of that statement yesterday.
Yeah, I would say this, Nick, that first of all, I think Michael was right when he called out the condescension. I'll never forgive Jake Tapper for the way that he treated Lara Trump and the way that he was so condescending, cut her off, which he never did to anybody. I think that was horrible. The only thing I will say, because everybody was ripping on Amy, what you gonna do, Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court ruling. The only thing I'll say to that is that from what I can see, even though you're right, it's so messed up. However, when you look at the ruling, they're only talking about the fact of the notice that they give, the 24-hour notice. So that's not a done deal.
Yeah.
They've only ruled on part of it. So that leaves me half glass full that maybe they'll do it. Because I think the justices, when they went back and forth, they seem to agree on the fact that it is. I think they would agree with Nick Kayal's big take that it's messed up.
It is.
And,
It is. We have
people-
all these rules and regulations for deporting, but it's just for as far as importing, it's anything goes up until, of course, Trump sealed and closed off the border.
Yeah, it's a sin. And the fact that these lower courts can essentially shut things down like this and clog up the courts. So those are two big things that I'm glad that I think are common ground issues.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I think it's an 80-20 or maybe even 90-10 issue. I think.
Oh, no doubt.
People
Yes.
can look at that and go, yeah, that all these things are true. This is a messed up system.
Yep. All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Now let's get to the health of Joe Biden. We talked about the cognitive decline. There are more clips of the Robert Hur tapes. That'll come up on the cut sheet at 7:45. And then yesterday, we get this press release statement from the personal office of former President Joe Biden. Quote, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule, which we reported on Dawn's News. After experiencing increasing urinary symptoms, on Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, which is a grade group 5 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians.
Can I ask you guys a question? Is it at some age, and I don't know this because we were just debating this, I think on Friday, about the age to get your prostate checked, just as a routine physical.
Yeah.
When you get up to a certain age, do they just stop prostate exams because the theory is that most men, if they live to a certain age, will get some sort of prostate issue, but it won't kill them?
That's a great question. I don't know. I was asking you because I thought when we're talking about prostates and colons and things like that, I thought it was 50, and then you were like, no, it's like 45
Well, it's
or 40.
It's 45 for colon.
Okay.
But I think it's 50 for prostate unless you have a history or you have issues.
Gotcha.
But I don't Is there a certain age where you get to where they just don't check it anymore? Or
No,
not check
I think
it as
they always
thoroughly?
check.
Yeah.
No, I think they check it.
So
I do.
The theory then is that if he was going routinely
Mm-hmm.
for physicals,
There's no way it would have reached this without it being concealed.
But there's a blood test, right, that they do. Because I was at Johns Hopkins, their prostate cancer screening, they say between the ages of 40 to 54. So if you don't have a medical history or anything of that nature, I guess what they can do is, that in general, they would start at age 40 at the very minimum, just doing a blood screening. It's just a simple blood test with your blood work.
Yeah.
At age 40, because this is such a common thing, like Greg said.
Yeah.
So basically what you always hear is, hey, all men are going to have some level of prostate cancer in your lifetime,
Yeah.
right? That's,
Yes.
but it's really treatable, and that's why they usually, I always thought they started the screening, at least the blood test, at 40.
I'll give you my theory as to what I think's in play here. And first of all, I wish Joe Biden nothing but the best.
Agreed.
I don't
Agreed.
care if I hate every single thing he's ever done politically. I don't want anybody to get cancer, especially some of these grotesque cancers that are just absolutely abhorrent to deal with and go through treatment. So first of all, thoughts and prayers with him. I know it's cliche, and I don't think you have to say that to qualify or to squelch anything before you get into your theories as to what's really at play here. But I'm just not one of these people that wants any ill will towards people that I disagree with politically. But knowing what we know about the medical cover-up of his mental health, and now the tapes being released with Robert Hur on Friday and his state of mind, here's what I think you have to absolutely consider as a possibility for what's in play. Would you rule it out and put it past Jill Biden, Democrats, whoever, right? Biden's inner circle that covered everything up the last 4 years to have known this, buried it, tried to run him, hoped to win, and then announce after winning, some point between November 6th and January 2021, that he has, and by the way, it's stage 4, not stage 5. It's grade group 5. Big difference there for what it's worth. And then install and anoint Kamala Harris as the, quote, successor, elevating her from the vice president to the president of the United States. I don't think you can rule that out because I just don't understand. And I looked this up yesterday. There was a couple of medical doctors on social media sharing their opinion on this diagnosis. Dr. Stephen Quay, and I saw his thoughts, and I looked him up. He went to the University of Michigan Med School. He was also a Department of Pathology faculty member at Stanford. And he says the following about Biden's diagnosis. Prostate cancer is the easiest cancer to diagnose when it first starts and watch it progress to bone metastasis. The PSA blood test shows the rate of cancer cell growth. For even with the most aggressive form, it is a 5 to 7 year journey without treatment before it becomes metastatic.
I'm so glad you highlighted
Metastatic,
this.
sorry.
Yeah.
Meaning it would be malpractice for this patient to show up and be first diagnosed with metastatic disease in May of 2025. And it is highly likely he was carrying a diagnosis of prostate cancer throughout his White House tenure, and the American people were uninformed.
I'm so glad you brought this up. This is literally, Nick, this is the last thing I read before I fell asleep last night. So
Oh, really?
I'm glad you read. Can I play this? I was going to wait for the cut sheet, but I want to get into this now. This urologist was on News Nation who basically said the exact same thing that you're saying, that for somebody getting annual checkups and not notice the PSA elevation is malpractice. Start with 36, Phil.
It's very unlikely that someone could get annual checkups and not notice a PSA elevation over the past, but this is what I typically would see in a VA hospital where a patient hasn't had medical attention in 10 years, presents to an emergency room with bone pain, and then they find that it's metastatic prostate cancer. But in the modern age of medicine, especially the fact that he was a former president, he had intensive state-of-the-art, care where we can see prostate cancer, 10 years in the past. So this is, it's very unusual to hear that someone has prostate cancer where they're annually being followed up. And the fact that we just find it at a Gleason 9 is just pretty much unheard of in this day and age of medicine. Even in the, even in the inner city populations, we wouldn't see it.
So you're saying
That was urologist David Schuster.
I've got these grade group rankings and Gleason scores. So a grade group 1 is a Gleason score of 6. And you can see it on YouTube here. Good work, Phil. Grade group 2 is a 7. Group 3 is also a 7, but how you arrive at the 7 differs. Grade group 4 is an 8. And then Joe Biden is the highest grade group 5, but it's still considered stage 4. His Gleason score is a 9 to 10. And that is highly aggressive, rapidly growing, and high risk. Although, according to the statement, it says the effective management and treatment options are very encouraging. So they kind of contradict each other a little bit. But I think the big story here is how long did he know about this? How long was it covered up for, and why? And I think we know the why. And this just goes back to what I said last week when we had I think it was an argument on the show, which was great radio on Tuesday, when I said that I blame Dr. Jill first and foremost, and I called her a political power pig because I just wait. So now I look back and I'm like, I feel even more vindicated in calling her that. I mean, there's a possibility here. Again, I don't know for sure, but it seems like based on medicine and experts, which I'm not, I'm just regurgitating what I read from experts. She knew this, that her husband had prostate cancer and still wanted to be in the White House for another 4 years. I don't know. If my wife had cancer, I'd say, honey, you know what? I enjoy your salary, but maybe you want to just sit this one out. Just me.
Well, that raises a whole new set of questions. What were those conversations? I mean, did she ever say, look, Joe, we need to go home to Delaware and be on a beach and let him recover? Did she ever say that? Did she not say that? Were there these conversations? Because in the past, I thought that we were supposed to have some level of transparency with a president of the United States. I know that in the past, certainly, there have been some who have hidden things from us. But in this one, it's a pretty big thing to hide. If it's basically impossible that he went from, let's say, a 3 to a 9 on that scale in that short of a time, then who was covering this up? Who was complicit? I mean,
who was running the country?
Again, I'm going to say it again, although I know everybody wants to dump on the former First Lady.
As well, they should.
Well, but I mean, I would say she's on the list, but I would say government employees and other elected officials who worked for us. So she didn't work for me. I didn't elect her. So do you want to say, oh boy, she should have done this? Okay. But we have the power as people to look at this and say, whoa, wait a minute. There were elected officials who are on our tab and other officials in the White House who had a duty to tell us this, and they should get in trouble for this. In other words, are there people actually criminally liable? This is a huge scandal as far as the health of a former president.
Oh, I agree.
And so I know that everybody, that's when I'm talking about the former First Lady. I'm simply saying that individual, we have no way of holding accountable, but there are people, we were paying their salaries, big salaries, who we should hold accountable.
Every time there was bad news about Hunter Biden in 2023, out came another Trump arraignment, arrest, or indictment, right?
Oh, that's true.
Every time Joe Biden, think about every time the media now, fast forward 2 years later, we've had the nodule, then the tapes, cancer diagnosis, the day before the book. I mean, it's so insulting to our intelligence that like they don't even try to be covert about it. It's just so basically what you're telling me since the weaponized lawfare of 2023 through the health and the dismissal of Biden and all the revelations that we all believe that are now being confirmed. Everything. So 2 years worth of coincidences? Come on, man. Don't BS a BSer, as they used to say.
One more from this urologist, Schusterman. He says that Biden probably knew he had cancer 5 to 10 years ago. And by the way, all of those clips have been making the rounds on social media again of him in 2022 talking about the oil slicks, with the thing, and that's how he got cancer. So like you're wondering how much of this, if he had prostate cancer, and by the way, if he did, prostate cancer is very treatable. But you don't just go from a treatable prostate cancer to stage 4 that's metastasizing
and
your
as
bones.
you're talking about treatable, how many times was he MIA where we're wondering where he is, where we now can assume that, well, maybe he was actually receiving treatment at Walter Reed or in the White House?
Roll 37 here.
So you're saying even in a medically neglected population, it would be surprising to have a surprise diagnosis with a Gleason score of 9. So you're saying that certainly as he was serving in the Oval Office, you believe that he knew that he had prostate cancer, and even potentially as he was running in 2020 before he assumed office?
Well, most likely he had prostate cancer for a long time, and aggressive prostate cancer such as this at age 80 grows over a long period of time. I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years, even in the most aggressive form. It's just, to me, it seems very surprising that the first diagnosis would be a metastatic diagnosis, especially Gleason 9 cancer, without having his PSA history. I mean, I would like him to get to release the PSA history right now to see what it was.
There's the breakdown courtesy of News Nation. Basically, we had a commander-in-chief for the last 4 years that was mentally and physically compromised. 855-839-1210. Let's get to all of your calls. A lot of people want to jump in, some with firsthand knowledge of the awful diagnosis and treatment for prostate cancer. Let me start on line 2, actually. Jim is in South Jersey, and he's went through exactly what Joe Biden is going through. Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, guys. I don't know if I can shed a light on anything, but, everybody's journey through this is different. I was followed my PSA. It was bouncing up and down. As you get older, the PSA should be dropping. And mine was bouncing between 3 and 4.4. It went as high as 5.8. I went to the urologist, and we started the MRI and, the biopsies, and I had a mass in the left lobe of my prostate. And basically, when they biopsied it, it was a Gleason 4+4, which is 8.
Yep.
One score refers to how much it looked like the normal prostate tissue, and another one refers to I guess best to say dedifferentiation, how it doesn't have basement membrane, and it's all pathology. But I went through 28 rounds of radiation. My choice was either have a radical prostatectomy or the radiation treatments, and the outcome survival rate were both similar. So I took the radiation. I went through 28 rounds. It takes like a minute, 2 minutes on the table, and then you're off, and I didn't miss work. I went to work. And finally, because I had a 4+4, I had to go through basically a mapping of the prostate where they inserted 13 rods and blew in radioactive gas. It's called brachytherapy. And basically I was done. In prior to that, I had a PET scan with anti-PSA where they did a tracing and make sure there was no metastatic disease. So I was very lucky. I was really blessed. Mine was confined to the prostate, but I have to go on androgen deprivation therapy, which destroys your testosterone. And, you know, there's all weird side effects and stuff like that, but
hey, Jim, if I could ask you just a couple of quick questions here. What
Sure,
was,
absolutely.
based on your diagnosis, what was the survival rate that you were told, the percentage? And then secondly, how old were you when you first got scanned for this? And then how old were you when you were diagnosed with it?
Well, I started being scanned in my 60-year-old as soon as I crossed that sixth decade, but it was like 3.3. And, you know, we were watching it. And then when it bounced up, and I was getting it every physical every year, and I was 67, so that's 6 years. Okay. And prostate cancer is a slow-growing tumor. So, you know, that I agree with.
Okay.
But it's, you know, there should have been some signs with the PSA. The urologist that I went through who did this, he usually doesn't start treatment until the PSA is 10, like doing the biopsies.
Oh.
But because mine was bouncing back and forth and, you know, went up like a couple points, he decided to do the biopsy right away.
Okay. And Jim, the survival rate, I'm assuming pretty high, you said?
Well, curative rate, because mine didn't metastasize, is about 88%, which is cure rate.
That's pretty good.
It's very good. Like I said, I'm very thankful with that.
Yeah.
But with metastatic disease, it becomes a lot less.
Yep.
And I'm sure President Biden, since it's hormone sensitive, will probably be hit with the anti-deprivation of the testosterone.
Yeah, it seems like that Biden's probably in that 90% rate as well. So we shall see. Jim, thanks for the info, and God bless. 855-839-1210. A lot of calls. We'll get to more of them on the other side. Dawn has some news to kick off hour 2. We'll continue this conversation. And then also Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, July 13th, January 6th, Jeffrey Epstein. Bunch of nothing burgers, apparently. All right. We'll talk about it. Stay right there.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chitterelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the city rhythm orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Psst, I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose. Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want? Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:02 as we begin hour number 2 here on a super busy Monday, May 19th. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45. So the Her tapes come out. They get leaked out on a Friday by Axios, convenient Friday news dump. And then, oh, man, and now the Democrats and everybody in the Biden inner circle, they start to get a little bit, anxiety-riddled, a little fear kicks in. So what do we do? All right, let's let the cat out of the bag with the cancer diagnosis, take the attention away from his mental decline, and then, oh, by the way, because he's got cancer, it's kind of like one of those things where when somebody claims mental health, they're off limits for criticism. I think that's what's in play here and why that came out on a Sunday afternoon.
David Axelrod pretty much said so.
Oh, he did?
Yes. He basically said that, well, because of this, now we have to stop talking about Joe Biden's mental acuity.
Okay.
Is basically what he said. And the CNN host teed him up for it, by the way.
Oh, great.
Let me see if I have this.
Well, I've pitched a perfect game, so I'm just going to go home today.
38.
I've proven enough today.
Yeah. 38, Phil Rodas.
His medical condition now, his announced medical condition now, do you believe that silences or delays a lot of conversations about his, last year and a half of his presidency for now?
Yeah, well, I think those conversations are going to happen, but they should be more muted and set aside for now as he's struggling through this.
Yeah, you're correct.
All right, muted or set aside. So, David Axelrod, here's what we'll do. Shoot me an email, nickkale@gmail.com, when it's the right time to talk about this, and I'll set aside my content for the sake of the Democrat Party. How about that? Or we could just separate, we wish him nothing but the best. We don't want anybody to be sick with cancer. But when did the cancer actually first get discovered? And, oh, by the way, let's not forget about the mental decline where he doesn't know when Bo died. He doesn't know when Trump won. He doesn't know when he stopped being VP under Obama. He didn't know anything. No wonder why those tapes were not released. It would have been damaging to him midway through his first term. 855-839-1210. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Don Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are at 61 degrees, sunny skies. Enjoy today as we heat up to 75 degrees, but a big change in the forecast is coming. A Warminster man, this is in Bucks County, is charged with first-degree murder. He's alleged to have murdered his girlfriend of 2 years in West Conshohocken. This is all Montgomery County, and District Attorney Kevin Steele speaking out about this, saying that 26-year-old Michael Dukowicz shot and killed his girlfriend of 2 years, 25-year-old Alyssa Rose Wiest. This happened yesterday she was found, according to the authorities here, she was found face down on the sidewalk, just a couple of doors down from her own home, gunshot wounds to her body, according to, like I say, DA Kevin Steele releasing this yesterday. She was rushed to Lankenau Medical Center where she was pronounced dead. And so in this one, obviously disturbing to neighbors, they were speaking out about this yesterday. But he is charged with first-degree murder-related crimes. He's held without bail ahead of his preliminary hearing. So that disturbing case, a real tragedy in Bucks County. The case of a domestic situation, obviously.
So why would Kevin Steele from Montgomery County be involved?
Because that's his jurisdiction as the district attorney, because this happened in West Conshohocken.
Gotcha.
Even though the suspect resides in Warminster.
Got it. Okay.
But I will say this to you, and we see this all the time. There is a ton of cooperation, and I see more cooperation than I've ever seen before between all of, whether it's all of the so-called collar suburbs,
The Collar County DAs.
yeah,
Good.
and the Philadelphia Crime Lab. So
That's where they should be.
Yeah. So they work together and efficiently, and I will say that's a good thing, and they work together. I would say, I mean, somebody can call in, but I would say closer than they ever have.
Yeah.
And especially sharing in the expensive technology.
Yep.
So that's a good thing. We have, of course, tomorrow is primary day here in, for example, Philadelphia, but across the region. And so what does that mean? Well, for us in Philadelphia, for Philadelphia voters with primary election day, it does mean the schools out, and I know suburban schools are off because many polling places, by the way, I was talking to friends in Chester County, a lot of the schools are polling places.
Yeah, my daughters are off tomorrow. Yep.
So is that a polling place where they go to grade school?
Believe it's,
Might be.
yeah, I think it might be.
So that's a piece of it. In Philadelphia, one of the high profile elections that the primary will decide for Democrats, where they'll decide between the choices for the district attorney. So this is pitting the incumbent, Larry Krasner, longtime incumbent at this point, against a former judge, Pat Dugan. We've talked a lot about the story, but just headlining that for you. And as far as the Philly DA's office, one of the largest in the nation. So Los Angeles is the top, believe it or not, in Cook County, in Chicago, second largest, because I think in New York it's actually split up.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I mean?
New York's a funky system.
It is.
Yep.
So it's all split up.
Yep.
But as far as our DA's office, I mean, tens of thousands of criminal cases, as you well know, a year. And this is a huge election with national implications because, of course, Krasner has been identified as a more progressive prosecutor. So we'll see if it seems interesting, perhaps, the timing. Maybe you find it coincidental that on trial, the jury selection begins today. And in the headlines today is the trial of a now fired police officer, Mark Dial, who is on trial, accused of shooting to death in a criminal way. They accuse him, Krasner's office accuses him of criminally shooting during a traffic stop, Eddie Irizarry.
Yeah.
And so maybe you find that happened well over 2 years ago. Do you find that, or it happened 2 years ago? Is it a coincidence that it's in the headlines today, the day before primary day?
Speaking of primary day and law enforcement and guys named Mark, our buddy Sergeant Mark Fusetti has been stumping very hard for Judge Dugan to supplant Larry Krasner. Might be a good guest. I know you like to have local guests on. Might be a good idea tomorrow. He's got a lot of information on Dugan. I think he might be related to him by marriage or something, if I read his tweets correctly.
This is the funny thing, because we have our Anne-Marie Muldoon called in last week, so everybody seems to be, I don't know, a second cousin or related. Maybe this is just Philadelphia.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm really ticked at Mark Fusetti. He's been able to lose 16 pounds in 3 months.
Give us your secret.
Yeah, Mark. Jerk.
Coffee, tea. Is he biking with Road Warrior? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I tell you, if I get another tweet from Road Warrior about the bike, well, I'm trying to secure my bike. I have emailed the proper people, folks.
I was out. Oh, they're coming in tomorrow, by the way.
Okay.
Stephanie Mack's coming in with Mark O'Connor and Jack Costello. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. I was out on the bike this weekend.
Oh, whoa! An hour. Why was this not mentioned at 6? Don't bury the lead here. Is this your first day in radio? Well, how was it? How'd it go?
Yeah. Spandex bike shorts?
No.
Did you fall off like Joe?
I started off very slowly. I was literally riding around my street
cul-de-sac
with my 5-year-old. Yeah. and then once he got bored and didn't want to ride anymore, I took it out and went a couple miles. I have to get used to the seat, man. Like
of course, that's all it is.
It's super uncomfortable, and it's not that Road Warrior did a great job. Like the bike is all tricked out. It looks amazing. The seat's
tricked out,
fabulous. It's just I'm not used to riding bikes like that.
Yeah, of course.
I know there's a speculation going on online that I'm not riding because I haven't registered yet. But
speculation online.
You know me. I'll do things at the last minute, but I will register.
Okay.
I'll do as many miles as I can. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna try.
It's not a matter of whether you can finish based on being in shape or the endurance or anything like that. It's can your wrists and your butt handle it.
I know.
I mean, you know that. Yeah, it's just your butt has to get used to taking a pounding.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not trying to be cute. There's just no other way around it. You have to build up the calluses in certain parts of your body.
Cali on your
cali.
Cali.
Gluteus maximus.
That's correct.
So we do have another. I'll just mention one other highlight. I'll try to sprinkle these in throughout the day. But voters in Abington School District, Montgomery County, they'll decide tomorrow whether or not they want to approve this $285 million to build a middle school. This is a very unusual referendum, and it could help, basically reshape the district. It will definitely reshape your tax bill for decades to come. Out in Chester County, again, I was talking to relatives yesterday, their taxes are skyrocketing, Delco. So a lot of these ballot questions, of course, have implications. But if for Abington, this ballot question, as far as do they want to build a middle school, would they approve $285 million to do that? And there are many campaigns on both sides of this issue, but this is a rare one I just wanted to point out to you. 20 different referendums across the state over the last 2 decades or so, and only 2 have succeeded. So I was looking at the stats on this one. This kind of thing to pass is very rare. So we got that going on.
By the way, for all the people mocking me for riding on my bike or for not riding or, whatever, sign up and ride with us. If all of you, does your bike have tassels on it? Okay, then sign up and ride with us, tough guys and gals. Since you're all, keyboard warriors there, come and sign up and ride.
Yeah.
GregStockerSucks.com. You can sign up. There's I think we have like 5 or 6 people on our team. Like, come on, come on.
Yeah, we're gonna start ramping up our demands for donations here in the next 8 weeks. So we're going to be jamming it down your throat. So you're going to be hearing a ton about it. So just do it. I've done it twice already. I don't feel compelled to ever do it again. I'm just doing it now for the sheer joy of camaraderie. But if you want to knock yourself out and try it, go ahead.
And to raise money.
Oh, and yes. I might just go down, drive down myself and just, set up shop and start eating a Wawa and, be like everybody else. All you keyboard heroes out there.
Other headlines this morning, New Jersey Transit Engineers Union reaching that deal to end the strike, but resuming service tomorrow, as Greg Stocker says, Tuesday, because they have to get one more day to get ready. So, unfortunately, if you're a commuter, they're saying zoom it in from home.
We're going to have a meeting before having a meeting. It's just all these excuses not to work.
We have SCOTUS. We have the big, beautiful budget in the headlines. We've been talking about that, and obviously we've been talking about former President Joe Biden diagnosed with this advanced stage of aggressive form of prostate cancer. But on a lighter note, McMillan's Bakery, Haddon Township, New Jersey, and known for their wonderful special treats, served everybody up for a final time yesterday and marking the end of an 85-year run. So congratulations since 1939, family-owned McMillan's Bakery, one of the local bakeries that's really beloved by people.
Wow.
So
sorry.
80. What was that?
It was the Odyssey app.
It was the Odyssey.
Oh, it was the Odyssey app. Thought it was somebody in the bathroom or something. So 85 years. Congratulations. And
I tell you what, whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, but boy, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country, right?
So true, Nick.
So many, whether it's tomato pie or, certain delicacies and desserts, cannolis.
By the way,
I wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape. I just have to get out there and train. Kayal, you and I will go out. Rob Kalustian, one of our sales managers, has volunteered to come out and do this with us. And he has one leg. So.
He is a one-legged man. And he was among...
So he's going to be... Yes, he was among...
The wonderful autism fundraiser for Eagles, for the Eagles, with our Odyssey crew. We saw David Yadgaroff and the whole crew out there. It was wonderful.
Yad was there, Scope was there, Kalustian. They all ran. It was either a run, a walk, or a bike ride for Eagles Autism. So congratulations to Team Odyssey.
Woohoo! Raised a ton of money.
Raising a ton of money for autism.
Yeah.
The final story I will tell you, and this is because Greg has a little child going into kindergarten next year. This is a kindergartner in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. You know what he brought in to share with his classmates for snack day?
What?
They were little Jell-O cups, but they were alcoholic Jell-O shots.
Jell-O shots?
Jell-O shots.
I love Jell-O shots.
So the Greater Johnstown School District, these are kindergartners, launched the investigation.
It puts chest hair on you.
Oh, my goodness. The young students, they loved them.
Those
the
parents,
small cups
those
containing
parents
alcohol.
Are going to be brought up on charges, as well they should.
The children who consumed the shots, they were evaluated by the school nurse as a precaution. They were taken to a local hospital out of an abundance of caution. Thank God. We can giggle about it because everybody's okay. But you can imagine that some parents as well as school officials were livid over this. They didn't say how much alcohol the children ingested or whether any of the little kids showed signs of being liquored up or intoxicated. But this all remains unclear as to how did this happen? Was the parent making these and made a batch for the kids and made a batch for, I don't know, the mom party later or something? Like what in the world?
It's funny you bring this up because my wife purchased the first full watermelon of the year on Saturday, and the girls couldn't wait until today for me to cut it up and put it in the Tupperware and whatever. So I cut it up yesterday, and before I was cutting it up, I educated my daughters on what it means to spike a watermelon. Does that put me in the same category as these delinquent parents?
Well, no.
Not that I would ever give my kids a spiked watermelon, but I was like, yeah, you drill a hole in the watermelon, honey, and then you get the bottle of vodka or whatever rum you like, and you stick it in, and you let it just infiltrate its way down to the watermelon, and you have a nice little summer snack on the patio.
So, were these parents like, honey, what happened to our Jell-O shots?
I know. So that's just it. Did the kid somehow grab the bunch of they were like in a tray or something and
First of all,
grabbed it and took it on the bus?
Adults should not be doing Jell-O shots. I mean, give me a break. What are you?
They are low energy, aren't they?
What are you, a 21-year-old female? Come on.
Why don't you drink a Zima as well, or a Smirnoff Ice?
Jell-O shots. Any guy who's doing a Jell-O shot needs his man card revoked. Ridiculous.
I'm putting this on the mom. I'm thinking this is not a dad.
No.
Trademark. As far as defending Nick Kayal on telling your daughters, I think you're wise to start while your little girls are in fifth grade, fifth grade, because this is something that every parent of any child, but especially of girls, you have to warn people of somebody trying to sneak them something.
Yes.
Even they think it's a delicious looking piece of watermelon.
The punch bowl.
You're trying to warn your daughters about, make sure that whatever you're ingesting is not laced with something.
That's correct.
Right?
You're damn right, Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I guess the forecast is laced with a lot of sunshine today.
That's correct. 61 degrees right now is the temperature in Philadelphia with clear skies, going up to 75 today. And weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. We'll come back. We'll wrap up these calls on Joe Biden and then work our way towards the cut sheet. Harry Mays will join us in about 25 minutes. But first, a word from Piazza Mazda with their extensive crossover and SUV lineup, which is available today, right now. They're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50. Or how about the 3-row CX-90? And then, of course, you have the CX-70 plug-in hybrid, the sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30. They're all available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. And you can shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester, which is my location, or Reading, as their current inventory is unaffected by new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com today and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment. As the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all.
Kayal and Company. Live on a Monday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up in just over 15 minutes. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45. Let's kind of wrap up some of the Biden conversation by getting through a couple of your calls. A lot of people have been waiting patiently. David is up first. He's on Kayal and Company. Hello, David.
Hey, guys. This is David in South Carolina. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, buddy.
Hey, Nick, by the way, I've got twin girls in 5th grade as well, so I feel your pain, buddy.
God bless you, man. Cheers to bourbon.
Yes. On this Joe Biden thing, think about how many times we would see him and we expect him to be, decrepit old Joe Biden, and he looked great because they were doping him up. I mean, they were shooting him up with something that got him going, right? And then you saw that debate in June of that year with Trump, and he looked just awful. And I think that was part of their plan. Like you talk about, they wanted him to get to the election and then step him down for Kamala. And I think when they realized they couldn't do that, the easiest way to insert her was not to prop him up. They didn't dope him up like I thought they would for that debate. And we saw what we saw. Yeah. So I think that was part of their plan, was to put him on display and say, see, we have no choice but take him out because look how bad he is. But that was after the fact they realized it wasn't going to work to get him through and beat Trump and put Kamala in.
Yeah, they wanted to trot him out all natural in his normal, busted-up state and let him be exposed.
Absolutely.
and then do the coup and the switcheroo. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You got it, David. Appreciate the call. It's been a while since we've heard from this man. He's always one of the first in line to talk about Biden. It's Ed in Delran. Hello, Edward.
Good morning. Hey, it's another beautiful, blessed spring day, and Nick, Dawn, and Greg always know the great things to say, so I got a call right away.
There you go, buddy. I like that. You've been working on that one for weeks, I can tell.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just been very busy in the landscaping business. So here's what I got to tell you.
Yep.
Joe Biden, and look, I'm not wishing him any ill repute or anything like that, but it's like a scene out of Hogan's Heroes. He knew nothing. He saw nothing.
Yeah.
No response, huh?
he say this again.
He knew nothing. He saw nothing.
It's like a scene, Sergeant Schultz in Hogan's Heroes.
Ed,
He saw
you have to
nothing,
realize
he knew nothing.
Ed, you have to realize Kayal has no idea what Hogan's Heroes is. He's never seen it. He has no idea who Schultz is.
Unless it's a Married with Children episode.
It's bad TV.
Well, you got to see that show. You would love it because
he's not
Sergeant Schultz
We're
is
still
Hogan's Heroes.
We're still waiting for him to watch All in the Family.
I got to give Jimmy those DVDs back, by the way.
Hey, I got one more for you. You'll love it. He's also like Mr. Haney from Green Acres.
Yeah, he
the
doesn't know
guy
that
who was
either.
the agriculture secretary knew nothing. He was like lost all the time.
Yeah.
I used
So
to.
there's another good one for Joe.
If it makes you feel better, I used to watch Get Smart.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I watched that as a kid.
That was Don Adams, right?
And what was
Yeah.
Agent 86? Uh-oh. Hopefully that doesn't mean
He'd pick up a
assassination.
chew and talk into it like it was a telephone.
Yeah, I've got a flip-flop phone, actually.
Remember Friday? Remember Seashell Gate? Oh, that was fun. Those were fun times.
Well, that story disappeared.
Oh, of course it did. Of course it did. Social media up in an outrage.
Oh, I got
Fox News. We need to call in all the guests because of Seashell Gate.
Let me be a great team player here. I was driving to do some groceries Saturday morning, and I heard the great Kathy Barnett around 10:07 blowing a gasket. I'll tell you this. Kathy Barnett, she knows how to throw a fastball.
Yeah.
I got to give a lot of credit to our weekend lineup. A lot of people that just come in blazing full throttle.
By the way, Kathy Barnett will have a special. I believe, Dawn, you're having her on today or tomorrow.
Yes.
She's going to have a special on this air tomorrow from 7 to 10 p.m. So make sure you tune in for that.
Yeah, she'll be on today talking about that. By the way, my kids watch Get Smart. You can stream it. You can actually find it.
Yes, the original.
It's
Not
like
the one with the
yeah.
rock and
No,
the
no,
reboot.
no.
Yeah.
But like the hip. It's like hip.
There was a reboot of Get Smart.
They
with
made
The Rock.
they made a movie of it.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was awful. Yeah, I used to watch the original Get Smart as a little 8-year-old in 1992. Nick at Night.
Agent 86.
That's right. All right.
Oh my God!
And by the way,
assassinate.
Don Adams was actually the voice of the cartoon Inspector Gadget.
It's true.
On Nickelodeon.
It's true.
The more you know. Constructive criticism of the show?
Sure.
Permission to read emails?
Yeah.
I guess.
Sum up. Don't read. Sum up.
Did I give out my email address on the show?
I don't know.
I think I must have today or Friday because I never get emails from listeners. They're usually forwarded over from Greg. So I've gotten 2 here in 18 minutes. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe I'm on a list. But Lynn checks in and she says, "Dear Nick, I've been listening to the show since the beginning. And back when you were first available on YouTube, just the logo was displayed during breaks on the screen, whereas now it is too detail-oriented." I'm going to clean this up a little bit. She says, "Can we please go back to the days of just the banner up during the break so I don't have to see you people doing your other stuff behind the scenes?
Yeah.
That way it would facilitate doing something more constructive while the logo is displayed than hopping back on when the show returns. Please. Love the show either way. Thanks, Lynn."
Well, we're the only show that keeps up the video feed during the break. Other ones have views of the skyline, which, by the way, was my idea a year ago, and they told us we couldn't do it. And now a certain sports station down the hall, all of a sudden they had the resources to do it for them. When I asked for it 2 years ago, they're like, it can't be done.
Yeah.
It can't be done. So we are the only ones that do the that have our videos up during the commercials.
Okay.
So, I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's funny. I think it's interesting. Dawn doing her makeup.
I know I'm always tweaking my makeup, but maybe we should do. We should get some stationary exercise equipment here, and do a little workout in between.
Yeah.
You were talking about getting fit.
Yeah, I sweat
ride.
enough doing the radio show as it is.
By the way, Kevin says that you gave your email a few moments ago.
I must have. I thought so.
I didn't even notice.
That's right. I said David Axelrod. Email me when it's okay to talk about Joe Biden's cancer. So I gave the email. So yes, but that's fine. Look, if you guys want to email me, it's not a secret. NickKale@gmail.com. So you can always email me.
Is it Nick Kale or is it Nick.Kale?
No, it's Nick Kayal, all together, no dots.
Don't give your Gmail. Give your Odyssey.
I don't even know how to check the Odyssey anymore.
Oh, for God's sake, you two.
These one apps and then these password resets. It's
starting Monday. It's the Greg Stocker morning show.
Oh,
You're both
just
fired.
These Odyssey emails.
Neither of you check emails.
Never
and
ends.
it's infuriating. It's infuriating.
Food in the hub.
No, it's infuriating.
John's no longer with us.
I'm gonna
Does that
say it
any
again.
of it pertain to me?
It's infuriating. Sorry.
It never ends. Do you want me to read the second one I sent you, or should I hold off on that?
I didn't read it. It's fine, whatever.
So, well, this is actually perfect timing for our guest coming up. So, David emails us, and the subject is 3+. Good morning, Nick. Why has the show recently added a fourth person all the time? I'm always happy when Sean Ferris, spelled S-E-A-N, it's S-H-A-W-N, Ferris, F-A-R-I-S, it's actually F-A-R-R-A-S-H, joins. But this everyday thing with a fourth is a bit much. We don't actually have a fourth every day. Harry's on Monday, Bruno on Wednesday, Farish on Friday. Usually Tuesday and Thursday, it's just the three of us. I really enjoy just you three. Why mess that up?
Because I'm trying to get out of this show. I don't want to be in the... No, I'm just kidding.
He says, I wrote a similar email to Greg a few weeks ago. I know that my single voice won't matter.
Was the truth.
But maybe others feel this way. And have you contacted Greg? No, I haven't contacted Greg. Right. I just look across I see his face 20 hours a week. I haven't contacted him. He says, I moved to Orlando 2 years ago, and you are still a part of my morning drive.
Thank you.
And after I get to work, but this may not last much longer.
Uh-oh, he's not going to listen because of the fourth person. Hey, Harry, you want to comment on this?
Maybe it's time to embrace Orlando and put Philly in the rearview mirror. Thank you.
Hey, David.
Harry, is Harry picky about whether it's a threesome or not? I mean,
Get up, Harry. Let's go,
You know,
Harry.
if they don't want me included, I'll duck out. I got no problem with that.
We don't like the fourth box.
Yeah.
David doesn't like the fourth box, so maybe
It's
we
too
should.
much to
it's
comprehend.
Too much. Four
Yeah,
people
it's too
talking is just way too much.
I used to like when Tony was on for 20 minutes, but now he's on for 2 hours. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's the next email that'll come.
Well, Tony never leaves.
You can't wait to leave, and we can't get Tony out of here.
I'm counting down the minutes.
wait, what if there were there were still four of us, but in three boxes?
Oh, yeah.
Is it just the box issue?
What if
the box?
Maybe it's the box issue.
All right, so David, should Phil get the fourth permanent box? Should we always have a camera on Phil at all times?
Yeah.
That would be good.
I mean, the guy does beat WIP. I mean, maybe he's fourth box worthy. Ooh, that stings.
Yeah. By the way, there's no morning show that does four voices. There's never. I mean, that's never been done before.
Yeah.
Never been done before. Oof.
Right.
People are just.
But Nick doesn't check his emails.
It's ridiculous. It's
That is absurd.
It's too hard.
It's seriously ridiculous.
And then the Google Calendar invites come for events, and you can't click yes to say you're attending because of the app on the iPhone. So then you have to log into your laptop, and then you got to download the one app, and you got to give a passcode to get in. So it's just, my God, it's like it's like getting into
cumbersome.
It's like trying to get into Fort Knox.
Is there gold in there, by the way?
No, there's no gold. All the gold's gone.
91 LSXer says, meanwhile, that dimwit emailer sender most likely watches The Five. That's a good point. That's a good point.
All right,
Great point.
We're actually 6 minutes early for Harry, so let's get Harry off the box. Harry, you go back on ice, and we'll check back in, and we'll bring you back in 5 minutes.
No problem.
We've got 47,000 cuts, so why don't we do something earlier? Because I know I'll be 8 minutes late tomorrow. Let's get ahead 6 minutes early.
What? We're gonna
what do you think about that? You like that?
I love that.
You like that? An early rendition of the cut sheet.
What about those people that tune in right at 7:40? Well, if they tune in right at 7:45, they're never hearing it anyway. So
That's
I guess
correct.
It doesn't matter.
7:39. Let's do it.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet? Brought to you by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice. That's right, Nick Kayal. Sharkleberry Fin Ice. Oh, yeah. With a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite. I like that they spelled out, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Be nice if they started spelling out some of my copy.
Fruit flavor in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important and early edition of what's on the cut sheet.
My favorite edition of the week.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. Do you want to do the Biden stuff? Do you want to do...
I want to get into the Bongino Patel stuff.
I agree with you. I think that's the most interesting thing of the weekend, actually. Sorry, I wasn't ready.
All right, I'm getting emails left and right now. Now I'm like a switchboard. I'm a switchboard operator.
Let's start with cut 27 here. Do you guys? I don't know.
What?
There's a lot to these Kash Patel, Dan Bongino clips that don't sit right with me.
They don't sit well with me at all.
Oh, nice. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. All right. So we remember, was it last week or the week before, Kash Patel testified that he said that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, right?
Mhm.
It was Senator Kennedy that did the questioning, and he said he killed himself.
That's right.
It's all on record. Maria Bartiromo sat down with both of them yesterday and asked both of them the same question, and this is what they said. 27.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work.
Kash Patel has the eyes of the Iron Sheik. I would not want to mess with either one of those individuals.
Crazy eyes.
Crazy eyes. He does,
Yeah.
right?
Intense.
Yeah, and Bongino is another certified badass as well. That being said, I don't believe either one of them on
I don't either.
Epstein.
What?
I don't believe either one of them on July 13th.
Oh, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. And I saw our buddy Sean Farish. He had a great point yesterday, and I want to expound upon it. But he said, so because Bongino and Patel didn't confirm all of your wildest conspiracy theories that are born from social media videos and pictures with strange cryptically drawn red boxes around numbers and words that are corrupt, is anyone who doesn't give your preferred answer to questions corrupt then too? We've reached levels of crazy that I thought only the left was capable of reaching. I want to just add to that. I don't know one way or the other for sure whether or not Bongino or Patel are lying. But based on the very, very suspect, fishy evidence, to me, these are both two guys that talked a good game and then are now involved in the swamp. I'm not saying they are the swamp, but they are now working in the swamp directly, and we're just told that it is what it is, man. Suicide.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. I've reviewed the file.
Well,
but here's the thing: files can be altered.
Well, here's the thing,
and you know, tweaked.
She asked if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I'm sure technically he killed himself, right?
Or somebody killed him and made it look like he killed himself because the cameras suddenly stopped working.
Disappeared.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
I don't buy it.
Just like the roof 120 yards away in Butler. Come on.
Let me ask you guys this: what would they gain by, like, why would they cover this up?
Why would they cover it up? Because they don't want to be killed themselves.
Oh, wow. I don't think they're worried about that.
That's deep.
That's
okay. See, here's my problem. Here's my problem with this, just really quickly. Just to add to what Sean Farish was saying, some of you out there prop these individuals up as your heroes, your idols. The amount of people, and I'm not singling out a single specific person, but you know who you are. If you were one of these Bongino podcasts where Dan Bongino's what we need, and then he gets in there and he says, keep it moving, homie.
I've seen the file.
Keep it moving. Yeah. I'm not saying he's been corrupted. I'm not saying he's bought and paid for now, but there's a lot of people that talk a good game that you worship, and then when they get in there, they don't write the checks with their ass that they were trying to cash with their mouth all those years. Tucker Carlson. You know, there's a select few out there. We love Tucker. Tucker's our hero.
Well, I
don't
mean,
be so naive, people.
Moosey brings up a great point. We prop them up here, Nick.
I don't prop anybody up.
Okay.
Nobody's beyond reproach with me.
Okay. Okay.
I think you just come in there with this idealistic idea that everybody's going to clean up the swamp, and then once they get in there, they realize that some of it cannot be cleaned, and then it's just sort of like, well, nothing to see here.
But doesn't Farish have a point though in the fact that we all have these deep held beliefs, and anybody who comes in and says, "Look, we've seen it. There's nothing there." We're like, that can't be true. That can't be true because I heard from Joe Blow 67819 on Twitter and YouTube that he has seen the Epstein files and he did in fact not kill himself. Isn't that what we do?
It's not so much what other people's opinions are. It's what the evidence is released from autopsies and the crime scene.
Yeah.
So when I see cameras stop working, and when you're in such a protected, monitored, isolated environment with just a few other inmates on that little corridor, it's just odd to me that you can end up killing yourself and it goes unnoticed. And then the follow-up with the autopsy, the getting rid of the body, it's the same thing with Crooks. His body was cremated. 10 days, nobody knows where the body was, encrypted device.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's just insulting to my intelligence.
It's too fishy. I agree. But couldn't he have killed himself physically, but have been sort of coerced to do it?
Well, I believe that's what one officer, we have a law enforcement officer from New Jersey, Michael, I believe, who called in last week and kind of laid that theory out as well. So,
I mean, that could be. Physically he killed himself, but, was...
Could be.
They gave him the bed sheets and they
Yeah, exactly.
made it amenable.
Yeah. Hey,
and that way, these guys aren't lying.
Security cameras were off.
That's my whole point.
Okay.
That technically, yes, he did kill himself.
Yeah.
Right.
But was he she didn't ask that. That would have been my follow-up question. Did anybody help? Was anybody there to aid him? She, I know Dawn loves her, but that should have been the the follow-up question right there.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the single bullet theory from from the Kennedy thing. You believe that?
Right. No.
Right.
But again, I'm the biggest Kennedy conspiracy guy out there. Maybe not really. I think Roger Stone and those guys take the cake. But okay, so we've seen a bunch of stuff. They released a bunch of stuff. It didn't tell us what we want to hear, and now all of a sudden it's they didn't release it all. At what point does this become does it become farcical? You know what I mean? Totally farcical.
It's one thing to shoot your mouth off on a podcast or a radio show. Say you're going to do this, that, and the other thing, and then when you get in there and you realize, oh man, the S run's pretty deep.
Yep.
Dawn, do you trust Bongino and Cash?
Yeah, I mean, as opposed to what the last ones?
No,
Or what?
No,
What do you mean?
I'm asking
Just
about
in general?
what they're saying. Do you trust the whole conversation we're having?
Oh, the whole thing.
Do you trust what they're saying?
In general, I think that they answered the question honestly because they said, yeah, it was suicide according to the evidence. But to your point, I'm going to give Maria, I'm going to say this. She's not a crime reporter.
Right,
so
right.
I live in because my roots are in. I've covered thousands. I've covered thousands of murders in my news career. Okay, so you have a different than viewpoint of this because you've been there for an autopsy. You've been there at crime scenes. You understand this. So you're right. The follow up question to them. So I think they answered honestly, but the follow up was this? Did they
coerced.
Make it easy for him? Was it coerced to say you got to do the because it's just too suspicious that the guards were off duty and remember they were penalized. The cameras were off. I mean, there were so many different things that happened to basically put that suicide on the platter. And so whether he was murdered or he did it himself, whatever. But did the evidence look like a suicide? Sounds like it did.
I've got news for everybody. Yeah, based on the fact that this was suicide, nothing to see here. Everything you've been told is true. We've read the file. If that was dropped yesterday, got news for you. You think you're going to get anything with the Epstein files in the coming days, weeks, and months? You are getting squat. You are getting redactions and nothing burgers across the board.
Yep.
So I guess we're all just conspiracy theorists, and we're wrong.
No, I just think I think they're choosing their battles, and I think whatever freaky freaks internationally, and I have my suspects.
Yeah.
they're covering up. They're covering this up.
Yeah, and
But,
to
but
your
then
point,
stop teasing us.
Yeah,
with these
exactly.
battles.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's what
Exactly,
annoys
Harry.
me.
And to your point, Dawn, credit to what you just said there about as far as picking your battles. I'm picking my battles as well. I mean, at the end of the day, with the Epstein files, as I've said, this doesn't change my life one way or the other. Doesn't make my economy better. It doesn't make me live in a city with a law and order district attorney. There are far bigger fish to fry that impact my bottom line on a daily basis. So I don't lose sleep over this, but it just goes to show you how deep it is there. It's just, the swamp is not drainable. I don't want to hear people talk about draining the swamp anymore.
No.
It's not going to happen.
Dr. Phelan McGroin on the YouTube chat says, so just because they are on our side, we should just believe what they say. Sounds Democratic Party-ish.
No, I don't
Fair
believe.
point.
I don't
Yeah.
believe what they said.
Yeah.
Did we say that?
No, I'm
Okay.
reading comments. That's
All
all
right.
I'm doing. I mean, it is a little suspect that the camera just happened to be turned off at that
Yeah, there's too many things.
Yeah. So technically, did Epstein kill himself? Technically, yes. Was
Technically, did the evidence?
Yes.
Because to Greg's point, they worded it very carefully.
Mhm.
The evidence displayed that it looked like a suicide. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and
They
Virginia,
worded that carefully.
Yeah, in Virginia, Jeffrey was just randomly hit by a school bus and randomly killed herself, despite
Right.
years later or years earlier on social media saying, "No, I am not suicidal." Yeah, it's just all coincidence.
All right, Jay. July 13th. Are we gonna be surprised about what we learned about the Trump assassination attempts? Cut 28, Phil.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. There in some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it. I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Well, I guess that settles it. Thanks, Dan. I will give Bongino credit for this.
Boy.
This is the first time he has publicly been out for a press briefing, an interview, since he took the deputy role under Cash. So I assume he's, grinding. He's no longer in the broadcast world.
He's not.
That being said, so you're just telling me that the roof, the pitched, sloped, too steep, too hot, too warm roof, 130 yards away from Donald Trump, that if I was Secret Service director, if Greg Stocker was Secret Service director, if Harry Mays and Dawn Stensland were on the security detail, we all would have just omitted and left that, and it never would have resonated for us to say, you see that big object right there from an 8-iron away? I think it's potentially dangerous because presuming somebody wants to scale it, climb it, and lay there with a long gun, they might have a great shot at killing the President of the United States. If that's true, and there is no shenanigans here on July 13th, then not only my opinion, but my respect for the Secret Service has hit the sugar honey iced teas. They are nothing more than glorified mall cops. How is that possible?
That was such a word salad by him, by the way. From a guy who's never short, if you ever listen to his podcast, he's like, hey, let me tell you this, and then this, and then I'm going to find out this, I'm going to do this. Maria, well, he was all over the place there, all over the place.
And there was a there.
Yeah. and to boot, have we ever been given any details on that encrypted device that nobody can unlock?
No.
Okay, so we've got communications that are still not made public, and we have an unaccounted for roof that multiple agencies of law enforcement with the singular goal of protecting the President of the United States or the potential President of the United States went unaccounted for. Come on, man.
Seems preposterous to me. And, he's got crazy eyes, too.
Yeah.
Bongino.
And
They both do.
yeah, and Bongino's the guy that for years on his broadcast, folks, I'm here to tell you the deep state is real.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't lying. Because they have stuff on him probably as well.
Is there anything available at the Jersey Shore this weekend?
I don't know. I might have to go there. I'm losing faith in everybody that, I got to do an updated Trump administration power rankings list today. Just when I have elevated Patel last week because of the child porn stings that they were pulling off, which is great, which is certainly more important than Jeffrey Epstein's deceased carcass. After further review, I'm down on the FBI. They're gonna plummet. They're out of my top 10.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The best point I think you guys brought up was, why in God's name did Pam Bondi go on that show that night with Jesse Waters, This Is Your World, or whatever? Why did she go on that night and say, oh, here's the big exclusive, whatever? Remember her wording? And I guess
she hyped it up.
Like, why? If she had never said that, then it would have been in the back burner. But the promise of it is what fueled all of this.
Yeah. And then the ridiculous parade of handing out binders.
Yes, remember that?
To the Charlie
Remember
Kirks
that?
and the Jack Posobics and everybody with 1 million followers. That really, if you think about it, and it's no disrespect to them, it's the way they make their living. I got it.
Yeah.
But all they do is copy and paste the right-wing talking points, just like the left-wingers that copy and paste the talking points that you criticize all the time.
Yeah, but they were...
Follow one, you don't need to follow the rest of them. They all say the same thing.
It's like the Eagles beat reporters, on Twitter, calling the game.
Yeah.
Like, you only need to follow one.
Gosh.
But remember, because I've talked to people who were there, they were there for a totally different reason.
Yeah.
And that's the weird part of it. So they're there for a different reason. Who is the person who thought that was a good idea? To go, hey, we got all these influencers here. Since they're here, let's give them a little, instead of a gift basket, give them some like lotion or something, a pen.
Yeah.
That person should have been fired. And by the way, if any of those Twitter influencers had any sort of backbone, they would have completely destroyed the administration for doing that. Because if it was any other administration, they would have. Oh, yeah. We tried to get us, and they tried to silence us by giving us a binder full of stuff that we already knew, right?
Yeah. And Bongino says that he was briefed. Briefed by who?
Right.
Well, and how do you know who briefed him is giving him the real truth?
Correct. So Harry, what you're getting at is what on the YouTube chat, PA Pyrotechnic fan says that their whole demeanor has changed, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
as well it should, because they're in prominent roles. So I'm not saying
officials now.
I'm not saying they need to be the shock jocks that they are on radio. But they have completely done a 180 with all of this stuff, which is a little suspect to me.
Right.
Bongino
no, but
more
you're right
so.
though. They have to be a little bit more buttoned up now in these roles. But yeah, they sound like the people that we typically say are swamp creatures.
I'm not going to go that far, but I think that Bongino definitely looks completely different, and that's very telltale. And maybe he's not great in this role of speaking because he's not good at maybe covering whatever. I mean, maybe he's just not the best at this particular role. Kash Patel, who when I see him, you know how like we all look like our dogs.
Mm-hmm.
He always has that same look on his face.
Yeah.
Like the German Shepherd. You know what I mean? That's the dark German Shepherd, the canine.
Mm-hmm.
That's my dog, my original dog buddy. That's him. He always looks the same.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's different in as far as his body language or anything of that nature.
Road Warrior, if you want me to read what you
Read it.
like, I can't follow along. There's so many people. Just text me, dude. Like you have
Road Warrior has your digits.
Yeah, he's my guy.
And mine.
He has.
Yeah, just text us.
You have the inside
Wow.
line, brother. You don't need to write.
Email
on the,
Nick.
Yeah.
No, I just got another email.
Email Nick.
I'm all out.
Yeah.
I'm deleting the email app on my phone.
I'm doing a lot of things over here. I can't follow along with everything.
I'll be like everybody else in this lifetime. I'll check my emails once a month.
29 here, Phil. What actually happened on January 6th? Let's get into this, shall we? I mean, look. She's asking all the right questions.
Yeah, I've got no beef with Maria.
I just believe.
No, I like her.
I just believe that after that Epstein thing, there should have been a follow up. Like, okay, yes, technically he killed himself, However, why was the camera turned off? Why was,
Right.
all
Why were the
of that?
guards
Yes,
gone?
yes.
Yeah.
All of that type of stuff, I believe, should have been the follow-up. All right, January 6th, roll it.
On January 6th.
So there is, as it seems that I find myself in a similar situation as Russiagate. Because on January 6th, in the prior Trump administration, I was the chief of staff to the Department of Defense. And I spent 4 years and a minor fortune litigating the truth because people politicized what actually happened on January 6th. And we now know unequivocally that President Trump lawfully authorized the deployment of National Guard, and me, as the head of the Office of Secretary of Defense, with the Secretary of Defense, took that action. When it finally came in, because it had to have the governor and mayor of D.C.'s approval on it. That's the way the law works. And once it finally came in on January 6th, remember, we offered to them days beforehand, and they rejected it. We've put out the letters, and your show has done great coverage showing how it was rejected. We mobilized the fastest cold start in Washington, D.C. since World War II, and the largest occupation of D.C. by the National Guard since the American Revolution. That's what happened on January 6th, but what you and your viewers want to know, now that we've beat back that disinformation campaign with actual truth, is what was the FBI doing? Well, we got answers coming. We just found a trove of information, and it's on its way to Capitol Hill right now. And they've asked, and they're getting them, and you're getting answers on January 6th. You're getting answers on what sourcing was utilized, what money was utilized, how many assets were utilized, who made those decisions. You're getting it. We can only control the FBI, but you're getting it from the FBI.
Were there FBI agents undercover egging people on?
Like I said, that answer is coming, and it's on its way to Congress.
You're about to, I saw it. I saw the portfolio of information. We dug far and wide to find it. And I'm pretty sure now we have a conclusive, definitive answer. But you and the public are going to have it. You're going to see it in writing over to Capitol Hill. But I just want to be sure we're clear, having been an agent and a police officer. There is a difference between an agent, I know you know this, I don't mean to sound ridiculous, an agent, meaning a trained GS 1811 federal agent, and a source or an asset. There's a difference. So when you see the material, which I promise you is coming, again, I'm not asking you to trust us. I know it's coming because I saw it yesterday. When you see it, I just want you to understand that it's not an apology for anything.
Thank you.
But there's a difference between agents and assets. Yeah. And I just hope when people put that information out there, they make the distinction. Not that it's better or worse, but there's a distinction there.
It's a very important distinction.
And I want to level set here. I want the American public to go back and look at what our predecessors stated to Congress under oath, that there were no FBI sources utilized in and around January 6th. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, so nothing with
All right.
Epstein, nothing with Thomas Matthew Crooks, but a treasure trove of information with January 6th.
The big tease.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, big tease, a lot like Pam Bondi. So when you say there's a trove of information,
Right.
don't underdeliver after you oversold it to us once this actually all comes out. And I'm going to be very interested to see how many FBI agents were there with sinister intentions. And this is their department. So I hope I hope he's telling us the truth, but I'm going to proceed with mild skepticism as to delivering on what you promised.
But there's a distinction between agents and assets.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay?
So we just muck up and muddy the water even further.
Right.
But they admitted, we know that there were, what do you say, confidential informants or whatever you want to call them. They've admitted, we know they were there. Mm-hmm. Asset, CIs, whatever. We know for a fact.
Yep.
They've come across that in court.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to get anything new? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I thought they just promised. I thought that was was that a promise? I think it was.
Sounds like a promise to me.
I take it as a promise. Yeah. It's another Pam Bondi type promise on another Fox show.
Well, can't you, Nick brought up muddying the waters. Can't you muddy up the waters by saying, well, it's in Congress's hands now. We're only the FBI. We can only do so much, right?
True. They said there's more to come, though. They just told us that. They didn't qualify it, to your point.
Mm-hmm. I would have asked if I was her. Now, this is where this is not a criticism. This is just some of the commentary that I would have been blurting out. I would have been like Sean Hannity interrupting. What about Ray Epps? Are we going to know more about Ray Epps? as far as the involvement, what he said, what we've seen on camera. Remember, there was all of those unredacted released hours of footage. How long has that been since that's been released now? 2 years? Something like that?
What, the video?
Yeah. Beyond what we saw in little snippets and clips. Remember when they released, for some reason, I want to say 44,000 hours? Or that can't be right.
41,000 hours.
4,100 minutes? I don't know what the number was.
41,000 hours.
41, okay. Yeah.
Anthony Dorenzo has been going through it. That's where he
That's where he's been the last 2 years.
He's in the cave in Pennsylvania with all the other Social Security.
Knowing Dorenzo, he's about halfway through it.
Yeah. I also loved how Bongino said he's pretty sure we're going to get a definitive answer. He's pretty sure it'll be definitive.
Yeah. We spoke a lot in the 6 o'clock hour about the diagnosis of President Biden, former President Biden, of prostate cancer. It is not. It's stage 4, right? And it's metastasized to the
stage 4
to the bone.
Grade group 5.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Gleason score is 9.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a Gleason score was. But
I didn't know what it was either.
This is good for prostate awareness.
Yes, that is a very good point. A lot of people now all of a sudden taking their prostate seriously.
Yes, just don't email me about your prostate.
Yeah, Nick is getting emails. Tell Greg to grow up. Is that what I saw?
Yeah.
Grow up?
What did I do?
Let's see here.
Nothing.
Comcast is the subject. Tell Greg to listen up.
Listen up.
Tell Greg to listen to all the voice messages left for him on the Odyssey app. And tell Dawn to stop saying biggity big. Any other complaints, folks?
Jeez. Is this like an airing of grievances to Nick's email? I love this, by the way. Keep emailing him.
If the top criticism is... Sorry.
By the way, Comcast, another it won't be official till later today, but another record-setting April. So why don't we just keep the comments moving along, okay? Like seriously. By the way, guys, another good month. I don't need to justify what we do or how we do it because people like it. So
just keep liking it.
The only course correction that needs to be made: stop idolizing Dan Bongino and idolize us on 1210.
Idolize Nick.
Okay.
And hit the like button.
They all the CNN they were talking about that. Thank you, Harry. Hit the like button.
Yes.
Although Harry, I don't know if you heard Nick go off on you last week. Dawn, do you remember?
Me?
Do you remember Nick went off on Harry?
What was it about anyway?
For asking listeners to hit the like button. He goes, I need your fastballs. I don't need you
I need you. We bring you on for content, not to promote what Stalker's bit is.
Yeah.
Okay. But I smash it myself.
Thank you. Well, Harry smashes it.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to.
Don't back away from it, Kayal.
I'm not backing away from it.
Don't get beer muscles and then not have them on Monday morning.
I'm not. Me and Harry have gone. We've butted heads in person.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. You just comment on the cuts and let Greg do the pandering.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the unlikable role on the show. So CNN brought out all their big guns yesterday to discuss the breaking news of Biden's prostate cancer. Brian Stelter came on and said, the timing of this diagnosis is just extraordinary. It's just, I can't believe it. What a coincidence. What a dummy he is. Roll it.
Look, this is breaking news that came just about 2 hours ago, and it is now rippling through television media, online. How are people consuming this? How is it reaching people?
And, I'm seeing some prostate cancer survivors, people who have lived with this disease, who have been through this, expressing support, both condolences, but also support and cheering Biden on as he faces this. The timing, Jessica, is just extraordinary. We know from the statement from his personal spokesman that Biden learned of the diagnosis on Friday. Well, what was the biggest Biden story on Friday? It was the release of those audio excerpts from his conversations with Robert Hur back in 2023. This was the audio that Axios obtained, almost certainly from the Trump administration, showing memory lapses. And you heard a lot of people on Friday talking about that audio being hard to hear, even excruciating to hear. Biden showing his age on those audio tapes that had never been heard by the public until now. So on the day that story was breaking, Biden was facing this personal news. At least that's according to the statement from his personal spokesman. So you have that as one element of the timing here. And then you have, as you and Paul just acknowledged, this book coming out, one of the biggest political books in several years. Take out our colleague Jake Tapper for a second. This book, no matter where it was coming from,
Chief
going to be a
media
very
analyst
big
takes out
blockbuster
Jake Tapper,
book.
by the way.
And it just so happens two of the best reporters in Washington, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, are the authors of it. It's already a bestseller based on the number of pre-orders. And so this book comes out in 2 days, but some of the excerpts have already come out.
What a whore
and it's reignited this debate in Washington and beyond within the Democratic Party about Biden, about whether he should have run for re-election at all. So it seems to me, Jessica, this debate doesn't end at all, but it is briefly put on pause as a result of today's news.
He's also a sucker because he got fired by CNN a few years ago, and he's come crawling back for probably 1/5 the salary.
You're
what a dork.
Right.
Shave your head, by the way, pal. Seriously, enough of the side hair. Dawn and I gave plenty initially on Biden. Your thoughts first off with the whole cancer stuff and everything we learned about.
Well, this is a narrative changer, in my view. I mean, obviously, because now you don't go after the old man with cancer. You know what I mean? Like that, then you look like a bully.
Yep.
Again. So I think it's a narrative changer. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jill trotted him out on the shrew last week, apparently. And, that's elder abuse, putting him in there, if you ask me.
It's a physically and mentally compromised president, arguably for the entire duration of his presidency, where we had a commander-in-chief that probably wasn't able to be a Walmart greeter. I mean, and then
correct. He was a vegetable.
Yeah, and then it was Smirkanish that said it perfectly. It was the constant condescension. Anytime you called it out, it was it's his stutter. He's got a cold. He's not as great as he used to be. And then it was a big pivot. Oh, this is the most cogent. This is a cogent Joe Biden, was what Joe Scarborough told us.
Joe Scarborough.
He's cogent. He's cogent.
Yes. It's a total narrative changer. And I'm just curious as to what kind of vegetable is he? A spaghetti squash or a cucumber?
He's a radish.
Well, we brought up earlier, Harry, and we talking about the prostate diagnosis. We played a urologist in the 6 o'clock hour who basically said if you're getting your annual checkups, there's no way you go from a clean bill of health
to a 9.
There's just no way. So either he wasn't keeping up on it, or they were covering this up for years, and he believes. He believes that with actually, let's play it.
And by the way, just to add a little context to this, did you know this is according to the White House's official page on Wikipedia? Take it for what it's worth. I'm not saying it's all factual in the Bible. The president has a medical staff of 15 doctors and 9 nurses.
Yes,
24 of the best medical people.
Yeah. I don't know how you can, if you're Joe Biden, you say, "No, I don't want the PSA test."
Yeah,
skip it.
Let's play this urologist we played earlier, Phil.
It's very unlikely that someone could get annual checkups and not notice a PSA elevation over the past, but this is what I typically would see in a VA hospital, where a patient hasn't had medical attention in 10 years, presents to an emergency room with bone pain, and then they find that it's metastatic prostate cancer. But in the modern age of medicine, especially the fact that he was a former president, he had intensive state-of-the-art, care where we can see prostate cancer, 10 years in the past. So this is, it's very unusual to hear that someone has prostate cancer where they're annually being followed up. And the fact that we just find it at a Gleason 9 is just pretty much unheard of in this day and age of medicine. Even in the inner city populations, we wouldn't see it.
So you have a medical professional saying it's basically unheard of, and then chief media analyst Brian Stelter, it's extraordinary.
Yeah,
it's extraordinary.
Well, He had a lesion removed apparently back in 23.
Yep.
February of 23, like a lesion removed from his chest. He essentially had cancer then.
Skin cancer.
Skin cancer.
Yeah.
If this is how bad he was publicly in the brief appearances that he made for 4 years, just imagine what it was like behind the scenes when he's not dressed up in his suit, when he's not perhaps pumped up on whatever he does for those big State of the Unions, when he starts shouting and he's,
he got all aggressive.
He gets all aggressive, right?
Tough guy.
And then if he's being treated for the prostate cancer, I mean, we would know if he was leaving the White House for Walter Reed Medical. So I'm assuming he didn't leave for treatment, but I'm wondering if he was receiving treatment behind closed doors inside of the White House.
In the White House.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because
like the scale of this Gleason stuff is like 6 to 10, and he's at a 9.
And he was a 9/10. He was in the highest group, grade group
Very aggressive,
5, highly
they call it.
aggressive, rapidly growing, high risk, and it was a stage 4 diagnosis of cancer.
Yeah, but I've added the PSA test to my annual blood test. It's very important to keep track of that stuff.
Yeah,
that's important.
And I'm not the president.
Yeah.
And President Biden, former President Biden, this morning thanking all of you, thanking the public, thanking everybody for the, quote, love and support, alongside a photo of him and Dr. Jill, former First Lady, and their cat.
And their cat.
And their cat. No more dogs.
Well, the dogs, they keep biting Secret Service agents.
I think the dogs died, but they have a cat.
One more from this urologist, Phil.
So you're saying even in a medically neglected population, it would be surprising to have a surprise diagnosis with a Gleason score of 9. So you're saying that certainly as he was serving in the Oval Office, you believe that he knew that he had prostate cancer, and even potentially as he was running in 2020 before he assumed office?
Well, most likely he had prostate cancer for a long time, and aggressive prostate cancer such as this at age 80 grows over a long period of time. I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years, even in the most aggressive form. It's just, to me, it seems very surprising that the first diagnosis would be a metastatic diagnosis, especially Gleason 9 cancer, without, having his PSA history. I mean, I would like him to get to release the PSA history right now to see what it was.
Let me ask you this. Don't you think at this point, let me bring up a sports analogy. When NFL players, and Harry, you know exactly where I'm going here with concussion protocol.
Yes.
The NFL now has league-independent neurologists. That examine your brain after you have they suspect that you suffered a concussion. You jog off the field, you go into the blue tent, and there are medical doctors independent of both teams. They have no vested interest in the outcome of the game or the specific team the quarterback plays for. All they care about is the health of the quarterback. Maybe we need to get to a point now where the president undergoes independent testing separate of any political allegiance or party. This is the most important
Don't they
person.
already?
No. You have some discretion. It's your personal health. So I think there has to be, right? I mean,
Does there need to be a separation?
I mean, as far as Biden right now, there are HIPAA laws.
Right?
He's a private citizen. What's that?
Public figure, though, right?
Well, no, but Biden has no obligation. He's not the president anymore. He's a private citizen.
Oh, I mean while serving.
But when he was serving.
But while serving, I still think I think there should be some level of decorum and some level of privacy that you have. But certainly if somebody has cancer that's advanced, that's going into your bones, you know what I mean? That's very different. But who sets those parameters? They don't even have an HR, let's be honest, like in Congress or anything. They need an HR office in the White House. They don't have any of that stuff.
That's more bureaucracy, Dawn.
More red tape.
That's true.
We're trying to get rid of that.
And here's my reasoning behind this is in the world of sports betting, they have to, these professional leagues, put out injury reports so you can make an informed decision on who you want to wager on. right?
But that's only in the NFL and
Yeah.
professional sports. And college sports is a professional sport now, but yet they
correct.
don't have to do it.
Shouldn't this be public information for Americans to have informed consent as to who they want to vote for? I mean, there might be people out there that had they have known Joe Biden had prostate cancer in 2020 would have voted differently.
No, I don't know.
But doesn't that go to the point of that's why we should have in this country, we should have laws and or rules that say we have this many debates, and I wish, quite frankly, that they weren't. We shortened it. Like, let's say it's 8 months or 9 months, whatever it is, but it feels sometimes like it goes on and on forever, and they're spending gazillions of dollars. So we don't have those rules or those laws in place. They should have them. However, when you start going down that road, I do think it's a slippery slope, because now you're going to have an independent doctor examining your body. As Americans, we're used to HIPAA laws. I think there should be some level of privacy with regard to your health. And that's why I do believe that I'll take you back to Biden in the basement. They used COVID as cover.
Yes.
So let's not have that ever again. Let's have transparency. Let's have these candidates up and live and in required debates over a certain period of time, and they are required by law to come out and debate live before us, nothing on tape, you know what I mean, in a public, with an audience, by the way, and then people can see them up close and ask questions and all of that.
I just find I just find the hypocrisy staggering. With Joe Biden's health was covered up, yet Donald Trump got shot in the ear, and people like Joy Reid were on television saying, I need to see the medical report.
Yeah.
So you want to see the medical report after you watch somebody get shot as if it was fake, yet Joe Biden and his prostate or his brain are not fair game?
That's privacy. Right.
Come on. 855-839-1210. From a doctor on News Nation to Dr. Craig in Mullica Hill. Dr. Craig, hello.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Thanks to you, Nick, Greg, Dawn, and everyone at your show for trying to have a debate about this. It's like a deep state rotten onion. You just keep peeling back layers. Prostate cancer takes 5 to 10 years till you see metastasis like this, which that high a Gleason score. So there's that. There's a huge cover up going on here since he was even running the first time for president. There's many other issues, too, that the president's doctors were silent. The other thing is, and this is interesting, nobody's brought this up yet, so you'll be the first show to bring this up. The U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, which makes so-called educated recommendations about what to screen for and do, says to stop screening PSA at 70. I mean, I don't know, but certainly it should not be unique. It should be based on the patient. I have patients that are 70 that are like 50-year-olds, and I have patients that are 70 that seem like they've, on their way out, God forbid. But at any rate, so the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force is at issue here. Did the president refuse to be screened? Was he screened and was it covered up? Was he actually treated? And that was a lot of the hysterics and dementia symptoms that we saw. I don't know why that the president's doctors have been silent on this. And the other issue was...
That was my question the other
Sure,
day.
go ahead.
That was my question this morning, where I said, at a certain age, do they stop screening you? Because with the theory that guys at a certain age will probably all get some sort of prostate issue that probably won't kill them if they're 75 and above. You know what I mean?
So, Dr. Craig, you're saying two things. He definitely had this in 2020, and there's a good chance that maybe they stopped testing him for it after 70?
Yeah, so as I said, I'm not his doctor, but that is indeed the case, the way it appears from the information that we have been presented in dribbles and drabbles. So this is a huge, huge issue on so many levels. Heads should roll on this, but first we've got to get all the information out there. And like Dawn was saying earlier, maybe there should be independent people examining, our elected officials. We do it for sports figures. Why wouldn't we do it for elected officials?
Well, that was exactly what I just said. Yeah, I mean, I want these somebody with no interest or no skin in the game other than a fair and accurate assessment. So if I'm thinking about this correctly timeline-wise, Joe Biden is now what? He's 82? 81?
Yes.
So
82.
5 years ago
Yep.
in 2020, he would have been 77. So presumably, based on the theory of they stopped screening at 70, he went 7 years unscreened. So, and this is not to give the past administration the
but as
excuse.
the president of the United States, he wouldn't have went unscreened. They would have insisted.
Right, yeah.
His wife would have asked.
Yep.
I mean, it's the whole thing is ridiculous and smells to high heaven of cover up on every possible level.
Yes, I would imagine if you're the president or the vice president or anybody in these super uber critical important roles, these screenings.
Imagine if you had a loving wife and she just wanted you to be alive.
Thank you. She's
my pleasure, guys. Be well.
She's number one in this cover up.
Don't get Dawn started.
Yes.
She
Don't
is.
Don't
she
get
is.
Dawn started.
She is.
Leave her alone.
She propped him up.
That was last week's fight.
Sorry.
I never said she's off the list. I'm looking at it from a practical, common sense thing to say there are people who should be held accountable for this. We cannot physically do anything to a former first lady who's not elected, who doesn't earn, our tax dollars. But there are plenty of people out there who should be asked, every one of them. And remember when there was a time when every Republican, every conservative was asked the question, do you denounce the insurrection? Do you denounce J6? Remember, in every single interview, that was the first question. And Caitlin Collins, remember that? This is like what they should bring up to every single Democrat, every person who worked, either a Democrat now or worked for the administration, every time, just hammer them every time. What did you know? Did you know this? Did you see this? Do you deny da-da-da-da? Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To ask every one of them, just like the media was constantly, that was all they talked about, and that was the first question that they went after, not other issues.
Yep.
You brought up the her tapes. I have some issues. Like we knew all of these. Like we saw the transcript.
Mm-hmm.
I guess hearing it, Nick, to your point, it makes it a little different.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, it confirms the beliefs as to why it was withheld.
Let's 33 here. He forgets when he stopped being Obama's vice president.
He can't remember any dates.
Here's
no.
Okay, hang on, guys. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he has mental issues. But I don't know. If you ask me, like what year did I stop producing for this person? I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe 12,
I get confused.
Maybe
too.
13. Harry, yeah. When were you on with Bruno?
Right. I had so many co-hosts.
Yes.
I couldn't put together a date.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm good with dates in the timeline of my life.
And as far as the thing with when Bo died, I had a loved one, a very close loved one, who died in 2015.
Yeah.
But there are days where I'm like, was it 2015 or 2016? Was it 2014?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, if you
know
want
what I mean?
if you want to split hairs with 1 year, I got it. He couldn't name when his son died, when he left office as vice president, when Trump got elected. I mean, to me, it's okay to get dates wrong about other people's life, or look at me, for God's sakes. I thought central air conditioning started in the 80s. All right, so we get dates wrong. But in the important benchstone or the benchmark, monumental moments of your life, I mean, you can't get anything correct.
Like, what year did you get married, Nick?
I got married in 2008.
Okay.
Yep.
I honestly, because there were two monumental events that happened for me in 2009 and 10, and I get them confused all the time. So I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying that not remembering dates, especially when you're 80 something years old, is not unheard of.
And clarifying, 1908, by the way.
All right, Biden forgetting when he was vice president. Roll it.
I didn't.
Do you have any idea where this material would have been before it got moved into the garage?
Well, if it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president?
2017.
So I was vice president. So it must have come from vice president stuff. That's all I can think of.
I don't know, guys. I mean,
I don't know. You would think you'd know the years he was vice president.
Do you? At 80 years old? Come on.
You're like the second most important person in the free world. I think
maybe
I'd want
we
to know
should-
what the years that I did it.
If I was Robert Hur, I would have just done a little memory game. Sir, can you name your White House press secretary? Sir, can you name your vice president? Can you name your secretary of defense?
Okay.
Can you name your secretary of state? I think he would. I think he would swing and miss on 80% of them. I don't think he can name his top 10 advisors.
By the way, I'm not denying that. All you have to do is look at him. All you have to do is hear him speak.
Correct.
So I'm not denying the fact that he's losing his mental...
Compromised.
Yes. All I'm saying is that not remembering dates is not like this smoking gun that everybody thinks it is.
Well, who was it that said that they noticed it in 2017? I always forget his name. The guy that got caught doing some gross stuff.
Halpern.
I always want to go Tubin, but I know it's not Tubin.
Yeah, he's
Mark
the other guy that did some gross stuff that's also on cable news.
a lot of creeps on cable television.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
Yeah, I mean, since we're probably looking at a president, and this is not me, this is Dr. Craig, that, 5 to 10 years, it's conceivable that since the day he left office as vice president, he's had cancer and his brain has eroded.
Yeah.
8-9 years worth.
Yeah. Oh, there's a giant cover up here.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying fumbling around with dates is not exactly, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like he said
It's not
1908.
the worst example.
Yes. It's not like 1908. Like, when was I...
Well, but also think about the stuff
Was
publicly.
there a steam engine then?
Remember him standing up and asking where Jackie is?
Yes, that type of stuff.
A dead congresswoman.
That
sir.
type of stuff.
Congresswoman,
Yes,
correct.
that type of stuff is
That's worse.
Smoking
That's way
gun
worse.
number one. This her stuff, like, I get it. It's like, but I don't know.
I'm disappointed in Robert Hur. The fact that he would characterize it as just, elderly man, well-intentioned. It wasn't well-intended. It was not well-intended.
Yeah.
There's no well-intentions from anybody on that side.
Dawn, can you talk to us real fast about kitchen magic?
But of course, as we talk about little magic, I call the kitchen the heart of the home. I think that's fair to say. And you've heard me talk about kitchen magic for so long nowadays. KitchenMagic.com is where you want to go. And here's the thing. If you believe in high-quality products made right here in the USA, in fact, made in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, then Kitchen Magic is for you. They do believe that the heart of your home deserves American-made, high quality that you can trust. So as a local family-owned company, they are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling that you can count on at Kitchen Magic. And this month, enjoy 30% off your dream kitchen. Do this. Visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free design consultation today. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
8 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company is in full swing, and it's brought to you by Wawa, where you can sip into savings at a Wawa. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new cinnamon churro blend for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, or a 16-ounce Wawa tea and fruit drink for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards as we continue Monday edition of the Cut Sheet with Harry Mays.
Cal, was it you who said you saw the trailer for the new Superman movie and you liked it?
Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. And I'm not a big Superman guy, but it was pretty good. I'm going to see it.
You go see that?
I think I might.
No political overtones for you? Maybe you didn't see the same trailer that I'm about to play for you.
Oh, does Superman get woke?
Superman trailer. This is a.
Does he have pronouns on his cape?
David Cornsweet.
Never heard of him.
That's
the actor?
That's who's playing Superman, yeah.
Okay.
In this clip, and I can't play the video because I don't want to get flagged on YouTube because we're having issues with that. By the way, streaming right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons. I want to get to over 200 likes, so please, if you're not watching, please hit the like button right now. So this is a new trailer that I guess was released over the weekend. It has Lois Lane sitting down and giving an interview for the Daily Planet with Clark Kent, where they talk about. All right, let me just play it. Let me just play it.
Well, I'm glad you're giving me this warning. Now.
You can be the judge.
Right, save the money.
Superman.
Are you being serious right now?
Where is it?
Oh no, we're not playing the video. We can't play the video.
Oh,
sure.
I don't want to get flagged.
Ready?
Let's do it, Cronkite.
Sitting down with interview.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might.
A lot of
it's a lot.
The probing journalist.
Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions. That's funny.
My actions? I stopped a war.
Maybe.
Not maybe. I did.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the president?
No.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States.
I wasn't representing anybody except for me.
Around the world.
And doing good.
He went into.
I question myself in the same situation and consider the consequences.
People were going to die.
So Lois Lane's a Democrat.
So he went into a country unauthorized and started a war.
Superman flew up through the southern border. Alejandro Mayorkas turned a blind eye to it. He was a good Samaritan. He did great deeds, and even then, he's vilified.
It sounds like riveting dialogue.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on this movie now.
Yeah.
He's an illegal alien, and he really is because he's from another planet, right?
Yeah,
right.
There's a lot of political undertones in this movie.
Yeah, jeez.
By the way, it's supposed to come out this summer, right?
Yeah, July 11th.
James Gunn is one of the. Didn't he get some? He had some issues, didn't he?
Did he?
I don't want to speak outside of. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I believe he got Me Too'd.
Oh.
I'm not 100% sure about that, so don't quote me.
Okay, well, if he did, he's making a comeback.
But yeah, so I don't know. The new woke Superman, where we talk about illegal aliens and invading another country.
I don't know that you can get a script green-lighted these days without political undertones.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Lois Lane, Lois Lane, the hard-hitting reporter, asking Superman the tough questions.
Well, we'll always have Christopher Reeves from the originals, the 70s. Zioli, big Superman 70s fan. I agree. Those are the originals are the best.
Oh, yeah, the first two movies.
With Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor.
The first two movies
he was
were great.
So good.
Superman.
And we still don't know what happened to Gene Hackman and his wife.
Don't?
I mean, she died of hantavirus, and she was caring for him, and he expired after that because she wasn't there to care for him.
By the way,
I think that's what happened, right?
Speaking of Superman, hottest Lois Lane of all time is Terry Hatcher from the 90s TV series.
Without question.
Well, let me. I know we didn't play the video because we can't get another strike on YouTube or we'll be deplatformed. But you can't see it. But this Lois Lane, pretty hot.
Smoking?
Pretty hot.
Nice.
Pretty hot.
What's the name of the actress?
It's a good question, Harry. It's a good question.
And also, by the way, from the TV series of the 90s, Dean Cain, who played Superman, tremendous version, by the way. Super conservative. Big Trump guy.
Rachel Brosnahan. Thank you, Don. Rachel Brosnahan. There you go.
Brosnahan.
So,
this sounds good.
Interesting look.
Yeah, for the people who say
interesting look,
they grew up watching the 1950s Superman. You remember that Superman?
Oh, the black and white one.
He was like a big fatso.
Yeah,
who poured into his tights.
Yeah.
There's a curse with the Supermans, isn't there?
Oh, that's right.
I believe he died.
Christopher Reeves broke his neck.
He died of suicide. Christopher Reeves, I think, was
paralyzed.
Was paralyzed and then eventually died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
Oh, the original Batman was a fat ass too. You got to go back to the
Adam West.
30s.
No, he wasn't.
No,
Adam
before
West?
that. Before that, Adam West is not the original Batman. There was
Adam
one
West
back
was
in
a ladies' man.
Yeah, he was.
Ooh,
in real
men
life.
in tights.
Yeah.
And then poor Robin, he got typecasted. He never was able to shake off the Robin character, and now he's pimping dog food on TV. Poor guy.
This woman, this is cut 8, Phil. This woman shaved all her hair off to trigger men.
Oh.
Hey, if you want to self-mutilate to piss me off, knock yourself out.
Roll this, Phil. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
All right, there she.
Wow.
She will not be casted for Lois Lane in any Superman.
I like the bald look though. For women.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Bald? Wait, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Not her. Not
well,
that
no.
Bald head.
Yeah.
And then you can always put wigs on.
Oh.
Like Judge Janine.
Yeah.
She wears a wig.
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah. She shops with Frank Luntz. They go together in Jimmy Fallon's cab.
Well, all those women on Fox, or most of them, have hair extensions.
Maybe that's what it is. Extensions.
It's not a full wig.
Okay.
But they all have hair and makeup, and they all do the extensions.
Far be it
There's a
from me to
lot
be
going on with Judge Janine, though. I bet that takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
In more than one capacity.
Yes.
Agreed.
Sure, to look that good. But I think all of them spend probably an hour or two in hair and makeup.
Yeah.
Just like me.
By the way, coming up, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we have our daily installment of Fight Club.
Which, by the way,
yes,
you want to let the cat out of the bag?
Yeah, we have a sometime this week. I don't know what day it's going to start.
Sponsor?
But we have a sponsor. Somebody ponied up and supported our effort and is gonna sponsor Fight Club on the Cut Sheet, Kayal Company. We will unveil that tomorrow or Wednesday.
Yeah.
The new sponsor for Fight Club, because fights, Harry, equal ratings. I don't know if you know that, but they do.
Yes, they do.
So that's coming up. And by the way, it's a star-studded edition of Fight Club today. It's actually a celebrity that we have that was caught fighting over the weekend.
Yeah.
We will get to that coming up in a couple of minutes. But first, Did you guys see this Mexican Navy ship that was carrying 200 people that crashed into the the Brooklyn Bridge over the weekend?
Unbelievable.
What?
The symbolism of this is amazing.
The vessel's 100-foot masts were seen striking the iconic structure, sending debris into the water below. The ship, identified as the, I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce that, was built in Spain in 1982 and is used as a training vessel. Or roll 18 here, Phil, where you can see the video. There you go. You can see it. This is the underneath the bridge. So they think it wasn't anywhere close to the bridge, but it lost power, and then it kind of sailed.
And it just drifted into the
drifted
bridge.
into the. Look at this.
But the important piece of this is,
look at
as
that.
it strikes the bridge, it's the tradition of the sailors to be way up on the mast.
Yes.
So as it is striking the bridge tragically, and that's why this turned into a deadly situation.
Yep.
There are people up there now. They're wearing a harness.
Yep.
And you see these beautiful gold lit up masts as it just crashes into the bridge, and people are actually up there, and there were just rescue crews trying to save them.
As the thing is drifting towards the bridge, can't the people get down?
I guess they were like harnessed up there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But that's a good question. I mean, it's like they're moving at a decent clip, but if I see a bridge, I'm like, guys, por favor, get me down.
Why can't you drop anchor?
It's a good question.
So 2 killed, 20 injured.
Yeah. This is 17, Phil. This is of the footage of these workers, as Dawn pointed out, and how they prepare for this. Like, this is some sort of training exercise they do. Roll this video, courtesy of the New York Post. You can see they all climb up on the mast, and they do like what is it, like acrobatics, Dawn, or something?
Yes. And so it's a whole thing where it's a traditional performance put on by the crew here, 43-year-old Mexican Navy ship. And whenever they enter or leave the port, it's a big celebration. And people gather on the sides, of the river there to see this. And it's beautiful. It's all lit up. And it's, the backdrop of the Manhattan skyline on a Saturday evening. And so it's celebrated.
And they were doing this to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America, right? Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're
now,
up
I'm no
there.
maritimesman, but aren't there tugboats around there to try to maybe intercede and block this thing from hitting the bridge?
Well, if you look at the first video that we rolled, it almost seemed like there was like another ferry boat or something that was almost maybe going to get in the way accidentally of the Mexican boat.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the story is super sad.
Oh yeah,
a lot of questions.
Horrible.
But it's very symbolic to see that big Mexican flag waving and then go into an iconic American thing like the Brooklyn Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge prevails.
My God, Nick.
United States, baby. Don't mess with my country.
A car on that bridge going over there.
I know.
Things coming.
I'm surprised that there was no fatalities with vehicles or people.
Right.
Can you? I don't know this. Can you walk across the Brooklyn Bridge?
I believe you can.
I think the Brooklyn Bridge is where they filmed the final scene of the Denzel Washington, John Travolta, Pelham 123 movie.
Yeah.
And I think there's those.
Movie.
Oh, it's a great movie. Yeah.
Well, somebody on the YouTube chat asked why they were going backwards. They weren't supposed to be anywhere close to the Brooklyn Bridge, but they kind of drifted. They lost power. Phil, roll back that other video again if you can. They lost power, and you can see that they're actually they're actually traveling backwards here in this video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but the statement of what happened, they said at the time of the crash, the tides and wind were blowing upriver, thus requiring the vessel to use its organic power or the assistance of a tug. In this case, there was no tugboat assistance. The boat that you see that's actually too late and is trying to catch up with them as they started to drift in the wrong direction.
Do you need to go through some sort of paperwork protocol as far as gaining clearance to have something that tall?
You would think so.
Absolutely.
So how does that even get that? Whether it lost power?
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
it's
saying,
tragic. Don't get me wrong. But
the investigators say the Mexican Navy is responsible for paying a tugboat service to pull and guide the larger ship through the narrow passages of the New York harbor. And so obviously they're investigating the tragic situation. But at this point, they were supposed to have the tugboat. Why didn't they? I mean, this is the big question.
Well, Sarah Weiss, who's on the YouTube chat, our great friend Sarah Weiss, is asked if they lost power, why are the lights still on? That's a great question. That's a great question.
A good point.
Yeah. A lot of, Harry's right. A lot of questions. A lot of questions.
Those are
We
glow
need an
sticks.
investigation.
They're like the solar lights, on the back deck. No, I don't know.
David Axelrod has actually jumped into the conversation and says we do not have a right to question any of this. He'll let us know when we can.
Gern Blanston on the YouTube chat. No, it's not Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo. That's just not a. That's just not a. That's not a good joke.
The Cuauhtémoc, is it Cuauhtémoc? The name of the ship, translates to descending eagle.
Oh, boy.
Refers to the name of the last Aztec emperor in 1521. Descending eagle.
Yes.
I'm in the mood for steak tacos.
By the way, cut 21 here. So more I think will be unveiled on this. We talked last week, Kayal, about how they picketed at Starbucks, right? They walked out. They went on strike because of the dress code.
Dress code. Yeah.
This person, one of the protesters, Nick can see it on preview, so he's already laughing. This person explains why she is going on strike. Now, if you can't get over to YouTube, I understand. You're busy at 8:50 in the morning. You will see this rather large female. I believe that's a female. Okay.
Well, let's not judge.
It's with a
don't misgender
with a do-rag on and a KN95 mask on.
Yeah.
She explains why they are going on strike. Roll it.
Ash Haldeman. I've been a barista at the Lincoln Highway Starbucks here for a little over 3 years. We're out on strike today because Starbucks is trying to implement a new dress code. No one ever asked for a new dress code. They updated a dress code recently and it made it looser where we can wear colors and patterns. And now they're deciding that we can only wear black. It's very restrictive. Most of us had to buy new clothes. We can't afford it. We barely make enough money to pay our bills. And also on top of that, they keep trying to make all these changes in union stores, and it's illegal. They're not allowed to make these changes without bargaining with us and voting on this. So it's just incredibly alarming and upsetting that Starbucks is continuing to do illegal things to our union stores. And so we're out here. We're out here making sure that they know that we're still here, and then we're fighting for that contract.
So Starbucks is tired of having their employees look like mental health patients, and they have decided as the employer to be stricter on the dress code, and that's an issue. Well, then quit.
Yeah, but if there is a union, it needs to be collectively bargained.
Okay, then go to the bargaining tables. Take your mask off. Actually, you're probably going to want to leave it on because you'll be indoors.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, please.
These people are nuts.
This is just my observation here. I stopped going, as we've talked about, I stopped going to Starbucks. We used to go all the time. And then more recently, I will sometimes with my one son, we will go because there's a new one in Flowertown.
Mm-hmm.
Nick knows right where this is. Bethlehem Pike. And it's a drive-through and it's very nice. And so the one thing I will say is the vast majority of those employees are African American. And they're wonderful. They are they look fit and well dressed, and the uniform, just like we're saying, just looks crisp and so on and so forth.
Fits.
All these people that you're showing are I hate to say this, but they're like sloppy white woke people.
Mm-hmm. They look like people in Portland.
Yes,
that's the
Portland
what I
mean?
Dress code.
Yes,
but the African American employees at that Starbucks, particularly in Flowertown, they're so wonderful. I mean, they're it's fast.
Yeah,
they get you in and out, and
it's the white wokies that dress like this.
Yeah, my specific location on Skippack and DeKalb Pike on that corner is relatively mild mannered on the scale of 1 to 10 on the woke meter. I don't get too many mental health patients running the drive-through. But I will say this: can you name the last time you saw a straight white man working at a Starbucks? You won't find one.
Was with you, Nick, in Nashville.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the last time I was in one. How many years ago is that?
6 years.
I got to tell you both. I can't remember the last time I was in a Starbucks. I don't go.
Yeah.
I don't like their coffee. Their coffee's garbage.
I like their like espresso.
It
I
is.
need because I don't take a nap. So sometimes, you know what I mean? 3 o'clock in the afternoon just to go through the, and I don't go in. I go
Dawn's
to
like
the drive.
Trump. She doesn't sleep.
Dawn and Trump both sleep 4 hours a night. That's it.
And my
If
dad,
that.
it's hereditary. I think it's hereditary. I do because my dad has always been like that his whole life. But I will just say that for whatever reason, I know articles I think have been written about this, that there's something with this, that it seems like the white woke virus struck like white people in the burbs, and African Americans like here in Philadelphia, they're having none of that.
Right.
So
well, it's only the politicians like Jasmine Crockett and
That's true.
Stacey Abrams that try to jam that down your throat. But let's not gloss over the fact here that Stocker said Starbucks is trash.
It
Now,
is
if you
trash.
want to call them a woke company,
trash.
you're correct. If you want to say it's overpriced, you're correct. But trash, the product itself, the coffee,
Trash. Change my mind.
Trash.
Starbucks is trash. Change my mind. Wow. Yeah. No. There's no. I would go to like a.
You think it's too burnt?
I would go. No, it's just. It's not good.
Because I've heard people
it's not
argue
good.
that. I've heard
Yeah,
people
it's very
argue
overrated.
that Dunkin' has a burnt taste.
No, Dunkin' is the best coffee.
And Wawa.
Wawa's the next
Wawa's
best
pretty
coffee.
good.
McDonald's
McDonald's
coffee?
has great coffee. Absolutely.
I've never had bad coffee. I mean, seriously, and I'm not trying to like, I'll if somebody gives me Dunkin', I'll take Dunkin'. I'll take Starbucks. I'll take Wawa. I'll take McDonald's. I'll
So
take a
coffee's like
diner.
pizza with you. There is no bad pizza. There's no bad coffee.
I mean, it's. I think it's hard to find a really. I mean, unless it's like expired, and you go
I've
into
had
like
a lot of radio station coffee that is just, it's not even drinkable.
Really?
Our radio station
Yes.
coffee is fabulous.
Oh, our machine
Yours
is
is
fabulous.
good.
Yes.
Yours is good.
Yeah.
Is there any bad? We could go down this road with Nick.
No, there's bad products, but I've never really had a coffee where I'm like, oh my god. And I'm talking now.
Then you're
I'm
not
talking
a-
straight
yeah.
up coffee here. I'm not talking
Yeah.
about these sugar concoctions and
Yeah.
42
Right.
pumps of this and add that, subtract that. You got to do an
that's
arithmetic
the-
assignment.
That's the problem.
8,000 calorie
Yeah.
coffee.
I drink my
problem,
coffee
yes.
black.
That's the problem is they try and take something that is relatively healthy for you, like a cup of black coffee, and add 900 grams of sugar
Yes.
to make it palatable to fatties out there.
Right.
And now Mark Fusetti has jumped in.
Yeah, I love Mark.
He texted
hey,
me.
Mark.
Thanks for texting me, Mark, as opposed to everybody else emailing me. He says, I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Oh wow,
Are you a tea guy?
man.
Green tea? That's better. I wish I
My
could make
wife
that.
is also the same way.
That's
She's
so
never
healthy.
she's never had coffee.
Yeah, my wife has never had coffee either.
How's that possible?
Really?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if she's never had it, but she doesn't drink it. I don't think I don't think she's
I
ever
like
had
it black now.
Does she drink an energy drink in the morning?
She drinks nothing.
Nothing. Just naturally perky.
Water and wine. She's
Does
like Jesus.
Trump drink coffee?
She's like Jesus.
Yeah, Dawn, does Trump drink coffee?
I don't think so.
We know he doesn't drink
Because
alcohol.
He does the
No.
diet. He does the diet Pepsi or Diet Coke, right?
I've seen.
Oh,
See,
okay.
I've
That's
had
his
buddies.
caffeine.
I've had buddies that drink either energy drinks or soda in the
Well,
morning
those are terrible for you.
for their morning caffeine.
Yeah.
Those are loaded with all kinds of.
Yeah.
That just feels
Preservatives.
wrong.
Oh.
You know what we should do though, Don? You should tell us about Piazza.
Piazza, because we're broadcasting, the three of us broadcasting from the Piazza studios. We love Piazza. You've heard me, all of us, really talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup. Well, it's available at Piazza Mazda right now, and they're offering, and listen to this, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. So the sleek Mazda CX-5 and the sporty CX-30 are available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Shop with confidence, Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs or anything of that nature. So they're local, they're here for you, piazzamazda.com. Do this today, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You're damn right it does. Free speech lives here, and the cut sheet thrives here as we continue on a Monday.
By the way, the Never Ending Cut Sheet sponsored this hour by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Thank you, Staples. Because the cut sheet now goes for 6 hours, we don't just have one sponsor, we have two, and actually three, because Fight Club coming up at 9:10. Fight Club on the cut sheet coming up at 9:10. It's the special star-studded edition of Fight Club today, so make sure you're over there on YouTube to watch. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Can we talk about? Excuse me.
Talk about whatever you would like, sir. I'm an open book.
So there was a report over the weekend that they want to take. There's an idea to take illegal immigrants and have them compete on a Survivor type.
This is genius, by the way.
Sin.
This is terrific. I'd watch it.
So
Ryan Seacrest will be hosting it.
The producer that's behind this is Rob Warsoff. They pitched the Trump administration for a reality show where immigrants compete for citizenship. And he said, look, I think the administration is taking this seriously.
Trump's probably like, we like it.
Wait, is Mark Burnett producing it? Is this his idea?
I don't know, but this is one of the producers. Roll it.
How seriously do you think the Department of Homeland Security is taking your pitch?
I think they're taking it seriously. I feel good about it. I'm not the Department of Homeland Security, so I can't tell you the whirlwind of the last 24 to 48 hours since my pitch document was leaked to somebody in the press. I don't know where they stand exactly now, but I feel like we're trending in a good way, and I have interest from networks, I have interest from production companies to pair with, and I feel good about it.
You're behind some pretty successful shows. The other ones that I mentioned, people are trying to date millionaires or lose weight in order to win prizes. When it comes to immigration, obviously the stakes are incredibly high, and a lot of immigrants, as you noted, are on a waiting list for a long time, and they're desperate to come to the United States. I know you said this isn't Hunger Games, but if someone is watching and thinks
how serious
making this a game show is trivializing this, what would you say to them?
I'm really happy you're asking me that question. I was on the first iteration of The Biggest Loser. I was not a senior member. I was just a story producer on it, but I was there. And when The Biggest Loser was announced, there was vitriol coming from the press. They were saying, how are you going to fat shame people? You're calling fat people losers. And I would argue that the stakes there, Caitlin, were as big, if not bigger, because people had heart disease and diabetes, and you were going to take people who were grotesquely overweight, and if they didn't perform well enough for you on your show, you were going to kick them out, and that was terrible. And then, of course, when everybody watched the show, they went, oh, of course, that's not the show that we were expecting. This is a wonderful show. And anybody with half a brain, with a critical mind, thinking about this show for 5 seconds would, of course, conclude that it's not the Hunger Games, that it's not some mean-spirited thing that's trying to deport people. It's exactly the opposite of that. I'm very fortunate and lucky and honored to be an American, and I want everybody to understand the process. By the way, most Americans can't pass a basic civics test, and I want to bring people born in America to face off against our future Americans and see how well they would do, because guess what? Most people can't.
So Caitlin Collins is an Alabama graduate, so she'll appreciate this.
Roll Tide.
Look at just the scowl on her face. Everything is so serious with her. Like it's just relax, lighten up. It's a great idea, and I guarantee you Americans will watch it.
You have Tom Homan come in and say, you're deported.
Yes. Unlike CNN, this will draw ratings.
I don't know. So I will give her credit for this. She's being a provocateur. This is a great interview. They know everybody's going to talk about it. Mm-hmm. And the question is a good one. You saw, the way he answered it. But what would the legality be? In other words, they would have to get an agreement.
By the way, this is never going to happen.
Right,
of course it's not.
Because except for this. The only way I think that they could do it is if somebody buys those, remember those like the gold. Remember the gold Visa citizenship cards or whatever?
Yeah. Those $5 million cards. Have they sold yet, by the way?
No, I think they did sell some.
Oh,
did
yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't.
I'm sure they went. I'm sure they went like gangbusters.
That's the only way that you could do it, is that you would win. It'd be like Willy Wonka. You know what I mean? Like you win the golden ticket.
I could just imagine the first competition. We're getting ready for whatever the competition includes. And then all of a sudden, Chris Van Hollen from Maryland comes running in to save the day and call off the competition. Here's what I want to know. Can we gamble on it?
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Yes.
Because that's half of the reason why I would watch.
Yeah.
But the premise would be that you have people. What would it be, that they're already here illegally, or
And then they
I guess,
they
yeah.
compete for.
and they compete against American
stay.
citizens, and now they're on some island and they have to survive.
All right, here's what we do. We have 15. Let's just say we have 15 million illegals right now in the country. We get them all together. We put them in a big octagon. Dana White builds this massive UFC cage. We put it on
Where is he
pay-per-view.
building it?
I don't know yet. We'll figure that
In
out.
Nevada?
Rogan will be on the call, and it'll be a last illegal standing match. 15 million entered, only one remains.
See, this is your wrestling background.
By the way,
I'm a promoter, Harry.
Here.
By
This
the
is
way,
good.
I love you people. You guys are the party of morality, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is a great idea. Oh, this is a
I
great
never
idea.
said it was a great idea. I'm
I
just
think
trying
we
to
should have
picture-
regular
Yeah, you kinda
American
are.
citizens.
You kinda are.
tested.
So
I'm being a provocateur.
If the Supreme
How could it
Court,
work?
if the Supreme Court will intervene and not let Donald Trump do his
This
job,
is never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
of course it's not.
But it's fun to fantasize.
It's never going to happen. But it's fun. Yeah, you're right. It's fun. It's fun to fantasize.
I think we should test regular American citizens, and if they fail, they're out.
All right. By the way, it is 9:10, which means it is time for. And by the way, we have two. I think we have two opens for this.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
All right, that's one. That's one of them. Then our buddy Newman Price sent in his own Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Trying to upend our own Jimmy Kelly.
Trying to upend our own Jimmy Kelly. Yes, sir.
Welcome to Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Oh, she said something.
Can't rush Fight Club.
Why ain't that bother me, man?
Because I'm not doing very well at school.
You do not talk about Fight Club.
So don't even think about messing with me. Y'all feel me?
This is great.
What do you want to do with your life? Are you listening to me?
This is great. Wow.
You do not talk about Fight Club.
Oh, she said something. You got knocked the out, man. Hey, that's the ain't it?
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Wow.
I like them both. I say we merge them into one file and let that sucker run.
Very nice. Fight Club will be brought to you by something starting on Tuesday or Wednesday. I take you to Florida, okay, where Antonio Brown had a wild Friday night after...
Speaking of people with mental health
Doesn't
issues.
he always?
After walking out of Aiden Ross's brand risk kickboxing event. What the hell is that?
I have no idea. Aiden Ross was the gamer that... Didn't he interview Trump in the election cycle?
He did. It's great. It's wonderful. What a society we are. President.
Hey, Bo Loudon, Trump, Barron Trump. They said this is how you're going to get the Ute vote.
He was handcuffed after a serious brawl Friday night, and of course we have it on video. The NFL star gets into a serious scuffle with several people outside the Miami, Florida venue. The video shows him being aggressively pulled to the ground. By the way, I'm reading this from TMZ. After which he gets up and kicks the individual who tackled him before trying to escape the chaos. All right, let's play some of the video there. Phil, roll it. Wow. Oh. Whoa.
That's Brown right there with
Yeah.
the big neck chain.
By the way, this video courtesy of TMZ. Man.
Why do his shoes look like a size 30? You see how big his boots
That's
are?
the style now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did you steal those from DeSantis?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Another video. Oh, this must be the other. Oh, this shows him being taken out in handcuffs. There you go.
Right, now he's arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
he's
go.
crazy.
He is.
Another
He's
video.
absolutely crazy.
Yes.
Another video shows the beginning of the brawl. Antonio Brown takes several punches after getting into it with one individual. Others join in, and the rowdy altercation sends his hat, sunglasses, and more flying to the ground. He wasn't detained for long. A source tells TMZ he was carted away by officers but returned to the venue about 20 minutes later as a free man.
Yeah.
So there you
See,
go.
now the cynic in me says that was staged.
Oh,
staged?
Yeah,
really?
To draw attention to the that's
Harry
the only
Mays-
reason we know about this stupid thing.
Harry Mays, key conspiracy theorist on the show.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like this. Stage.
I thought I saw a longer version of the fight where there was more.
There's a lot of there's a lot of videos. We can only pull what we can pull.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
TMZ
A lot
has
of
some
cursing.
TMZ has a lot of
another one of these
restrictions
companies.
around
Uh-huh.
with, you know what I mean?
All right.
With their video. So
Well, I'm sure Antonio Brown's going to love that you pulled this for Fight of the Day for Fight Club.
Fight Club.
He might
Monday.
even name you Cracker of the Day on his X feed.
That's an honor.
He should.
Donald Trump Jr.'s been awarded the award.
Antonio.
Well, a lot of people have.
And by the way, we said for a week, because we started this, I think we started this last Monday, right?
Yeah.
Fight Club.
Yep.
We told everybody, we said, look, this is going to get a sponsor. So
Yeah.
don't sleep on this. Don't sleep on this. And it got a sponsor.
If you were to examine Joe Biden and Antonio Brown's brains side by side, would you notice a difference?
I don't know. Wow.
Because there's a good chance that Antonio Brown has CTE, and there's a good chance that Biden has dementia. So that's why I ask.
By the way, I want to get back into the white Afrikaners on the other side, because that is being brought up now because
59 of them.
They try. The new talking point now is what is genocide, and technically. They're not facing I love all this nuance that goes into this. I love it.
Bizarre.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Victor Blackwell gets into it with a DHS official, and we'll get to that next.
All right. Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Monday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Great news! Get over $500 in value by making the move to Fios. Switch to Fios today to receive a $200 Verizon gift card. Combine Fios with Verizon Mobile and save an additional $300 per year. Plus, both plans come with a price lock guarantee. So head to your local Verizon store for details on this limited time offer. Gift card offer ends 7/8/25. Must maintain Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on My Plan and Select My Home plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for details.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars R from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we're back 9:20. It's Kayal and Company here on a Monday morning. Dawn's Big Three coming up at the bottom of the hour as we continue with the never-ending Monday cut sheet.
I said before we left for break that the this new South Afrikaners is
Afrikaans.
Afrikaans, yes, is taking a weird turn here, where now all of a sudden the media is questioning the term genocide. And it's evident in this video with Victor Blackwell from CNN and a DHS official, Tricia McLaughlin, where he says, "Can we just say that Afrikaners are not facing genocide?" And she goes, "No, we can't say that." And then they go back and forth about this. It's interesting to me. This is 24 film. It's interesting to me how when the media wants to put in nuance, they do.
Yeah,
right?
when they don't, they don't.
You're 100% right.
Yes.
Roll it.
Can we just start this conversation by agreeing that Afrikaners are not facing genocide?
Absolutely not. First of all, I have to correct the facts, Victor. You said that no refugees were let in. Under President Donald Trump, since January 20th, 8,666 individuals have been granted asylum. Those people have faced persecution for their politics, persecution for the color of their skin, their religion, and that includes those 59 Afrikaners who came in this country last week who have faced racial violence at the hand of their own government. They've had their land seized because of the color of their skin. There's been over 140 laws enacted that are race-based and to discriminate against racial minorities. So I got to correct the facts where you're wrong, Victor, and you're wrong.
Several things. President Ramaphosa says that although the law was signed in January that would give the government the purview to take the land, no land has been taken from Afrikaners. Also, that's President Ramaphosa. He'll be at the White House this week. Take it up with him. Also, the definition
Where'd they find
of
this
genocide
stiff?
is aimed at extermination, right? And so although there is violence in South Africa, there's violence against black South Africans too. So when the president says that there is genocide, where is the evidence? The U.S. has not recognized officially genocide. The United Nations has not recognized genocide. And for the thousands of people who you say were let into this country who've been granted asylum, I'm talking under the Refugee Resettlement Program, which the president froze by executive order early in his administration.
So basically, guys, what they're arguing is that it's a technicality because genocide references extermination, and nobody's being exterminated, so it's not a genocide.
I was just going to ask, have we agreed on a consensus as to what the definition of a genocide is?
Yeah.
Is it the goal of the intention of exterminating an entire race?
It doesn't involve white people.
Yeah.
Right.
It's what a bunch of a-holes.
So if you're scoring at home, the LGBTQ plus community is consistently under attack. Sexism and racism cost Hillary and Kamala. But there's no genocide in South Africa, and anti-Semitism is just merely free speech.
And technically, their land has not been taken.
Yeah. What a bunch of creeps these people are.
And send that guy back to News 5 in Detroit and get him off of scene. Where do they find that bozo?
Yeah. But I love how she just basically systematically destroyed his argument, and he just moved right along to the next thing.
Yeah. Road Warrior with the best chat of the day. Just a handful of violence and murder.
Right.
Do you remember that from the JD
Vance?
Vance? It's just a handful of gang members in that apartment complex.
I've just had it with these people.
I know.
It's mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful.
The shifting of the goalposts is just unacceptable.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why the goalposts are in the back of the end zone, right in the middle of the end zone.
Yeah.
They don't move as the game progresses.
Mm-hmm.
They're
They only move
stationary.
after the game when they get carried down the street in Knoxville or
That's
something.
right.
Yeah.
Moving on to cut 6 here. I think just getting back into the Epstein thing for a second. I think the person who's doing the best work on the Epstein thing is James O'Keefe. Because he's he's uncovering things that a lot of people aren't, and he's doing things that probably aren't great for his brand. Because a lot of people are like, you didn't, because he's going against this administration by doing it. And everyone's like, you didn't have any evidence when they loved the stuff that he was doing against Biden and CNN. Now all of a sudden it's different because they're going after one of their own, Pam Bondi. The tribalism is rich.
It's rampant.
In this video, we go inside Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom. A newly obtained image shows a speed dial labels on alleged sex traffickers' landline telephones, revealing associates Epstein called frequently from private island bedrooms. So if he's getting all of this stuff, how much does Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino have?
Or how
This is
much
my
do they?
question.
How much do they not have?
That's a great point too. Roll this.
Inside Epstein's bedroom, O'Keefe Media Group continues our exclusive tour of the private island formerly owned by the alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
You can see the
and
video,
looking
by the way.
inside each of the buildings on the island. Today we're going to bring you inside Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom. We've previously shown you the kitchen and the library, but in Epstein's bedroom, we've made our most dramatic discovery yet. Landline telephones that show pre-programmed speed dial buttons labeled with names. You see the phones on the side of the bedroom tables here. We're going to take a look at these phones and the names on them. But first, the room itself, sparsely furnished. On the desk, you see what's known as a phrenology skull. Phrenology is a debunked pseudoscience linking skull shape to personality traits. On one bedside table, you see a notepad that says Little St. James, that's the name of the island, printed at the bottom of each page, and a set of reading glasses of similar type worn by Epstein
Fascinating.
in deposition
No.
footage.
Get to the names.
The most striking detail, we see a Panasonic console phone on each bedside table.
Yeah.
The multiple lines are labeled. The speed dial buttons bear the names of Epstein's staff and associates. These are the individuals Epstein called most frequently from his private island. Nobody has ever seen these before. We assume the FBI and the Department of Justice has these, but have not released it. Here you have NY office. That's Jeff Epstein's New York City office. This is Karina Shuliak, Epstein's last girlfriend. Darren Off, that's Darren Indike, an Epstein advisor and lawyer. You have Rich Office, that's Richard D. Kahn, Epstein's advisor and lawyer. And Patrick Sell, that's Patrick McMullen, an Epstein associate. And STC Office, that's the Special Tax Office of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Here we have another phone that was actually in a different room, but we see some of the same names and some new names. We see a Carlos, a Danny, which looks to be scribbled out with Kim written above it, a Mike, an Anna, and a Juggly. Now, what's interesting about Juggly is at first we thought it was Ghislaine Maxwell's nickname, but from what we could see online, her nickname, Epstein referred to her as G-Max. Don't know who Juggly is, but maybe you in the audience can help us solve that mystery.
It's Pritzker's
These
stomach.
are all of the known associates that Epstein would call on speed dial. Again, we assume the United States government has this. This is the first time anybody has published these on the internet.
There you go.
I nominate James O'Keefe to head up the Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI, the NHS, anything. This guy can get to. How does he even get access to
info.
that?
Yeah.
How did he get there?
Incredible.
Now,
Juggly. I need to know who Juggly is.
I know.
Juggly.
Yeah.
Juggly.
Pet
What do we
name
think?
pet name for Chris Christie?
I don't know. I'm fascinated by all of this stuff, and
Did they release more, or is there more coming? Have they teased more?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's teased a lot more.
Okay.
The place looked very sterile, didn't it?
Well, Chris Eppolito on the YouTube chat says, "Can you imagine running through that thing with a black light?"
Oh. Yeah. A lot of spots would surface. Now, it's been sold, correct? Somebody has actually purchased it?
It's been torn. Has been torn down? I
Well,
don't
no,
know.
O'Keefe's there, so it hasn't been torn down. It looks like it's pretty much staged the way it was left.
I don't know.
It almost looks like, like somebody that passed away that, mom never touched the son's bedroom again.
Yeah.
Right.
Left it the way they found it. Right?
I don't know. Interesting.
At least based on what he's telling us there.
Yeah.
I mean, look at those Panasonic phones have got to be 15, 20 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, this allegedly took place in the 90s and the early 2000s. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. All right, that's what I got for the cut sheet.
All right. Harry Mays, thank you
All
very
right.
much, buddy.
See you next week.
All right,
See you,
there he
buddy.
goes.
Oh, no, next week's Memorial Day.
Oh, yeah, so
we're
we'll
not
see.
here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't show up.
Congratulations on Fight Club, though. That's terrific.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Fight
you very
Club
much.
at 9:10 every morning.
There you go.
We will unveil the sponsor of it on either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay.
Thanks, Harry.
There he is.
All right.
Harry Mays with us every Monday for the cut sheet. We'll come back and he's gone. Unlike Bruno, he doesn't have to do his little good night, everybody, and the whole bit. He's just poof. He's gone. He vanishes. All right, we'll come back and get to a Dawn Stenzel and Big Three, and then all the bells and whistles, including a great prize this week if you like going to summer concerts. But you have to know your movies. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it. when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Movies, prizes, music, and previews. It's all still ahead here on Kayal and Company on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. But first, let's get to some of the news out there. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:35.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
President Trump putting out a notice. Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. That's the message President Trump put out as they put out a picture of he and former President Biden in the White House as they were seated and shaking hands. And so President Trump, as well as other officials and former presidents, putting out the well wishes as we've been discussing this latest diagnosis that we heard about, an aggressive form of prostate cancer for former President Joe Biden. And certainly it's dominating the headlines this morning. As well, we know that the White House holding a news conference this morning, Caroline Leavitt speaking out, wearing bright yellow, and talking about the Trump agenda and really taking a victory lap, if you will, as the Trump administration is grateful that the House put out of committee that big, beautiful budget bill, and now it goes, the vote will go this week to the full House, so we're watching that very carefully. And as well, the headline that President Trump is to sign a Take It Down Act, making it illegal to share any non-consensual explicit images online. So this is an act that Trump will sign into law, one of many. So it's a busy Monday. And here in Philadelphia, jury selection underway. And this is the trial of former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial. He is facing third-degree murder charges in the death of an armed motorist armed with a knife, who did not comply with the police orders. That was Eddie Irizarry back in August of 2023. This trial getting underway on the eve, if you will, of primary election day, which includes the primary election of former Judge Pat Dugan is challenging obviously incumbent DA Larry Krasner, and that's happening tomorrow in Philadelphia.
Yeah, our buddy Mark Fusetti just sent me another text. He's going to attend the trial today of Mark Dial. So he will, I'm assuming he will be there and probably
For the jury selection?
Yeah, probably maybe tweeting out some of the play-by-play, if you will. Love that.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's what we see is that law enforcement, Officer Dial's, former colleagues, they're there to support him. And in this case, we'll see if a jury finds him innocent or finds him guilty. But then usually these things on appeal, we see this over and over because of the way the training is. I mean, in my experience, most of these cases do get, no matter what happens, as the appeals process, generally speaking, exonerates them.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's negotiation for whether they get their job back or, get money back, pay, etc.
Yep.
That's your big three.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. By the way, Trump posting on Truth Social. How much did Kamala Harris, by the way, the whole Bruce Springsteen thing is really escalating. I guess Kid Rock came out, told Bruce Springsteen, stay over in Europe, don't come back. And then Bruce was doing another performance, and I guess he doubled down after Trump told him to basically shut his yap. And then Trump posted on Truth Social,
Oh, God.
how much did Kamala Harris pay Bruce Springsteen for his poor performance during her campaign for president? Why did he accept that money if he is such a fan of hers first? Isn't that a major and illegal campaign contribution? What about Beyonce? And how much went to Oprah and Bono? I'm going to call for a major investigation into this matter. Candidates are not allowed.
Who said this?
This is Trump on Truth Social.
Oh, okay.
Candidates are not allowed to pay for endorsements, which is what Kamala did under the guise of paying for entertainment. In addition, this was a very expensive and desperate effort to artificially build up her sparse crowds. It's not legal. For these unpatriotic entertainers, this was just a corrupt and unlawful way to capitalize on a broken system. Thank you for the attention to this matter. There you have it.
Great. Well, glad.
Remember, Beyonce, she showed up, she came out, she endorsed Kamala, and then she skedaddled off and never performed.
Glad he's on the case. Nothing more important to do than have a pissing contest with Bruce Springsteen. Fabulous.
And Beyonce.
Fabulous.
And Bono.
Oh, jeez.
And who else is out there?
Taylor Swift.
It's part of the
Oh,
deal.
jeez.
It's part of the 70
stop.
chests.
By the way, remember I mentioned those gold cards? Lutnick has the U.S. Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick from this area, technically local story.
So you know it's a lie because he said it.
Well, we can check the receipts. He said at least 1,000 of those so-called gold cards, raising $5 billion in a day. 1,000 were sold at $5 million each.
What's that math? 5 million times 1,000.
Well, he says it's 5 million. He says it's 5 billion.
5 billion
was raised in a day because they cost $5 million each.
Right.
And they sold
Times
1,000.
is, yeah.
$5 billion.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to his Saudi buddies.
By the way,
Uh-oh.
speaking
Probably.
of other money news out there, did you hear this local story? There are people that now suing again Elon Musk upon not receiving those $100, what were they called? Remember,
Like
you
a
had to sign
sweepstakes or something?
the petition.
Was it another grift? Was there another grift happening? The hell you say?
Just passing along the news. Folks.
They didn't get paid? Cool. Like a bunch of contractors I know too.
But wasn't it like a lottery or something? Stop. Wasn't it like a lottery or whatever?
I have no idea. Sign up for a petition. Same people that think Dan Bongino tells the truth. All right, 855.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should say this. My son Michael, I had to tell you this. I'm sorry to interrupt. My son Michael got one of those $100 checks.
Good for him.
Here in Pennsylvania.
I'm just saying there are people
I'm
that
just saying.
have not, and they're suing. Although I don't know if I would really sue over $100. The paperwork alone is going to cost you more than the $100 you're getting back.
But the weird thing about it is when it comes in the mail, it looks like junk mail. I had it like in the recycling bin.
I actually open every piece of mail we get.
You do?
I do.
Oh, gosh.
My wife's like, "I'll discard it.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You don't know. Just take the time to open it.
Because it doesn't say, it was like from his, like, I don't know, it was from some, like his charity. I forget what it was from, but I guess not everybody, it was like a lottery. You would win something If you just sign the petition or sign, then you enter into a lottery.
All right, speaking of lottery, we have a giveaway next, right?
Yes, we do. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is up next. Your chance to win your choice of pick your tickets. I mean, I don't know what else we can do for the audience here. I mean, this is just amazing. We're not just like force feeding you like cheeseburgers. Well, we did that last week with the Checkers gift card.
Yes.
Now you actually get a choice here. Thomas Rhett, Styx, or the Doobie Brothers.
Uh-oh.
I would go Thomas Rhett personally. Phil Almquist, I think, would go Doobie Brothers.
I would go Doobies.
Yeah, you would?
Yeah.
I had you pegged for a Styx guy.
No.
No? Okay. That's the first thing I got wrong today. Kayal and Company, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. What happened today in music history? And what is on tap for the Dawn Show just 16 minutes from now? We all find out those answers next.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, The Dawn Show, coming up in less than 10 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up, as well as what occurred today in music history. But first, time for a Monday edition of Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Here's what we know.
Wait, Chief. I request the cone of silence.
Oh, Max, not the cone of silence. We're in a safe room, for God's sakes.
We thought the control was safe.
Okay, Lloyd.
Okay, we have reason to believe that our security was breached by chaos.
You have to speak up.
Can you hear me?
I'm not hearing anyone.
What? Can you hear me?
Okay, what did you say?
Bruce, it's not working.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And it is your choice all week long. Now, one thing worth noting, the venue is the same, but the dates and the performers vary, and it's up to you to pick. They are all at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey. Your choice, though, Thomas Rhett, July 11th, Styx, August 8th, or the Doobie Brothers, August 13th, all at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. Caller 12-855-839-1210. We're celebrating Live Nation's $30 Ticket to Summer special on select shows from May 21st while tickets last. If you don't win them, you can go to livenation.com/ticket to summer for more details. From the movies to the music, and here is Phil Omquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 19th, we celebrate the birthdays of Pete Townsend from The Who, who's 80, and Phil Rudd from AC/DC, who's 71. Heavenly birthday shouts to Joey Ramone, Dusty Hill from ZZ Top, and wrestling great Andre the Giant. Sing It Coon, One of These Nights by the Eagles in 79. Call Me by Diamond Head in 82. Stand Back by Stevie Nicks in 83. Kodachrome by Paul Simon in 73. And Liar by Megadeth in 88. Album include Revenge by Kiss in 92, So by Peter Gabriel in 86, Turnstiles by Billy Joel in 76, and Crooked Teeth by Papa Roach in 2017. Also in 79, Supertramp would top the album chart. In 2023, a Fender Stratocaster guitar smashed by Kurt Cobain sold at auction for $600,000. In 93, Depeche Mode began their devotional tour. In 77, the stage show Beatlemania opened at the Winter Garden Theater in New York. In 96, Sonic Youth, the Smashing Pumpkins, Peter Frampton, and Cypress Hill appear on Homerpalooza episode of The Simpsons. But lastly, on this day in 62, Marilyn Monroe sings Happy Birthday, Mr. President, at JFK's 45th birthday celebration 10 days before his actual birthday. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
And that's why, folks, he takes out sports stations and rock stations, because he can weave in The Simpsons to his music bit. Good job out of Phil. All right, good job out of Kim in Glen Mills. She knew the movie in all of 13 seconds. Kim, good morning. What movie did we play for you?
Get Smart.
That is correct. Get Smart is the correct answer. Now, Kim, would you like Thomas Rhett, Styx, or the Doobie Brothers?
I'll take Styx.
Styx? You got it. All right, Kim.
Mrs. Roboto, Kim.
Yes. On a Monday morning, the first set of tickets go to Kim, and she chooses Styx. All right, 9:54, we find out what the Dawn Show is looking like 6 minutes from now.
Yes, we have a lot of breaking news right now as the Trump team. We have a big news conference, live news conference, a lot of news breaking as I speak, so we'll get to that. Coming up right at 10:15, we have Emily Kopp, award-winning investigative reporter at the Daily Caller News Foundation. You've heard from her before, and remember, the New York Times fairly recently said Emily Kopp got it right, complimenting her on all of her COVID coverage. Well, you want to hear her latest reports investigating, looking into other medical dealings, and this one taking aim at the new head of formerly Anthony Fauci's former institute. And this is under the guise of the new administration. So taking a look at the longtime Fauci ally, this virologist who's still there, what is he doing and what is her warning? You got to hear this. This is some great stuff and it's explosive. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, Kathy Barnett on her big special that we are talking about that's going to be tomorrow night. Yes, tomorrow evening, right? Yeah. So we're talking about all of that, all the breaking news, and of course, the trial of former policeman here in Philadelphia, Mark Dial.
Okay, Dawn Show is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday, and we will see you tomorrow for a Tuesday edition of Kayal & Company.
Good night, everybody.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider,